Singapore is where the East meets the West. It's where money talks. It's where high rollers gamble. And it's where the skyline rises high and history runs deep. And this weekend, all those ingredients and more go into triathlon's melting pot, with over 2,000 competing in the various age groups. But now it's time for the men's T100. And if Miami was the warm-up, this weekend these athletes step into an Asian furnace that can burn very hot.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a race on our hands.
Alistair Brownlee has the pedigree to win on his day, and he's showing today.
Honestly, we all, for the history of the sport, wanted to see you get back to the top step.
Jason West, the best performance of his career. He is coming in second place. It is a massive prize for Jason West.
Magnus Ditlev, the first ever winner of the T100.
And from those iconic shots at the finish line in Miami to the frustration of the start line here in Singapore, because, as I'm sure you've heard by now, a bike crash on Tuesday in preparation for today's race has done for Magnus Ditlev. A lot of rehab went into the wrist, but on doctor's orders, unfortunately, the Great Dane is out of the race. Frustration for him and the Ditlev fans here in Singapore, opportunities for others, and that includes us, because I'm absolutely delighted to say that Magnus joins us here in studio ahead of what's going to be a fabulous race. The great Jan Frodeno alongside as well. It's very good to have you on board, and I know you had a good day yesterday, cold drinks in VIP, but tell us a little bit now, with 15 minutes to go, how great the frustration is that you're not able to do what you want.
Yeah, it's obviously a super big bummer for me. I was really doing well after Miami and was looking forward to go here in Singapore and felt good. And then, yeah, such a big bummer. But I must admit, I actually feel like a little bit nervous. I don't know that the race is still going on. Like the body hasn't really realized that I'm not going to race.
How close did you get to being able to take part, and who made the final decision?
I think deep inside I probably knew pretty quickly. But then the final decision was made when I tried to sit on the turbo trainer the other day, and I really wasn't able to put any weight on the handlebar. And then here we have a very technical bike course, so that would be a big problem.
I can imagine. Well, it's great to have you with us and looking forward to your insight. And I'm going to come to you because it was very interesting listening to you and Belinda yesterday. Belinda saying that the women's race, she expected the athletes to focus on themselves, but today, very much more elbows out and the athletes looking at what's happening around them. Give us a little insight into what you are expecting here in this men's T100 today.
Well, unfortunately, with Magnus being right here, you know, the most measured athlete is probably out. The one we would know would do his exact thing, but we've got the usual chase up the front. We've got probably Alistair Brownlee, we've got Sam Laidlow, we've got Carl Smith, I would put in that group, maybe Mika Nutt, and Sam Long waiting to chase them down like the lion as he does. I'm excited to see what's happening today.
You mentioned Alistair in particular. He's had 10 days training in Malaysia to get himself ready. We've seen him standing on his accelerator a lot without necessarily being able to finish the job. How much do you think the training he's put in coming into this race will make a difference for him?
Well, it's amazing with Alistair, you know, the training is not the part that I'm worried about. You know, it's whether he's able to restrain himself. As you know, history has shown, we probably have our doubts whether he will or not, and especially in these conditions that might be tough, but there are some bets going around, I've heard the paddock, to see if he can hold back at least the first 2 kilometers, and fingers crossed he does, so we're on to see an epic show.
What about Sam Long? How well do you think he's performing right now at this stage of his career? The race last week, of course, as well.
Yeah, I think Sam Long is going to be interesting to follow today, because obviously he did really well in Miami. He already had a race before that, then he raced just last week, so it will be interesting to see how he goes. I mean, if he races like he did in Miami, he's probably the biggest favorite, but I think we could see already from last week that he didn't really perform as in Miami, so then traveling to Singapore here and having to adjust to a completely different climate might be the thing that gets everything overboard, but
yeah.
We'll see.
One of the themes that sort of began to emerge yesterday is that in Asia, anything can happen because of these conditions. And we saw a remarkable run, a brutal run from Ashley Gentle to get the job done. What will the athletes today have learned from watching Ashley go to work yesterday?
Well, the most amazing thing about Ashley is that by objective standards, she would probably be disappointed with that run because her pace was not that quick. It was just that much quicker than anyone else. But relatively, the conditions, she did pay the toll. She ran probably, a few minutes off what she's capable of in normal conditions. But let's be honest, the conditions here are very close to the legal limit of where we're allowed to run a race. And that shows a testament to how tough these athletes are and how tough it's going to get today.
Absolutely. It throws an enormous slice into the equation. And just to confirm the standings then after 2 races for the women, it is Lucy Charles-Barkley with 2 second-place finishes who sits atop the log. But you imagine there's a fair sense of frustration for Lucy after yesterday's race. Ash Gentle back-to-back in Singapore in second. And India Lee, who won in Miami, had a frustrating afternoon yesterday, but early stages and lots of movement expected. And if you are new to the T100, here's a little look at how it all unfolds.
Welcome to the T100. This season, 20 of the world's best men's and women's professional triathletes will battle it out over the notorious 100-kilometre distance, consisting of 2-kilometre swim, 80-kilometre bike and 18-kilometre run, the ultimate test of speed and endurance. Taking place across 8 iconic locations around the globe, the season culminates with the T100 World Championship Finals in November. Every finishing position earns points, from 1 point for 20th to 35 points for first place. The T100 World Championship Finals will offer even more points to keep every athlete fighting until the end of the season. The total of each athlete's 3 best point-scoring performances over the season, plus the final, will count towards their points total. The athlete with the highest points total at the end of the season will be crowned T100 World Champion. With a prize purse of $7 million on the line, it means that each race and every point scored will make a difference.
Well, this is stop 2 of 8. Let's remind you what happened in the opener in Miami when the man alongside got the job done, and in some style.
T100 Miami, and a new era of triathlon, as the very first T100 about to take to the water. With the win, Magnus Ditlev is closing that gap on Majurier and Brownlee.
Sam Long is really moving through this field.
Down to 15 athletes in this race. There is nowhere to hide.
The racetrack temp is 110 degrees Fahrenheit.
He's just such strong, continuous diesel.
And for the lead, here comes Magnus Ditlev trying to take the top spot away from Alistair Brownlee. Magnus Ditlev, the first ever winner of the T100.
And 35 points banked for Magnus, but we will have change in the top 10 today. Sam Long will fancy his chances. We've got 7 of the 10 who raced in Miami back here in Singapore, and keep an eye on the likes of Jason West, Daniel Bakkegaard and Aaron Royal, who all finished in the top 8 here in Singapore last year. But let's head down to the pontoon and join Rachel Stringer, who's got one of the favourites.
Thank you so much, Alex. Yeah, I've got Sam Long here. He's been already obviously warming up in the water. That's why he is dripping. Not too close to me, I hope. Sam, second in Miami. Magnus, who won there, of course, is out. There's a really good chance, with a strong performance, you could be leading the T100 Tour after this race. How much of a statement would that put out to these guys behind you?
Yeah, I think it'd be a huge statement. I mean, I do want to be clear. I think whether Magnus was here or not, I had intentions of trying to lead the tour, and so it doesn't change the end goal whether he was here or not. And we got a hard, long day of racing ahead of us, so it's going to be ferocious out there, and I'm going to need every last bit of strength and mental willpower. And I've just been working so hard on all aspects of my game.
You seem like you're hyped, so good luck. Thank you very much, Sam. Get back in the queue there. Well, he is walking out last as well because Magnus isn't in the spot that every single person wants.
Because he is here in our studio. A big smile from Sam Long. Looks very relaxed indeed. Tell us, Magnus, your process, the internal monologue that you are going through in the minutes before the gun goes.
Yeah, it's like a lot of different thoughts going on. You're really just trying to, obviously in these conditions, stay calm and relaxed and cool yourself down and try to remember the strategy that you are going to apply, and probably you've also really managed to put up some smaller goals that you want to achieve during the race, and thinking about that and what you have to do to perform.
And tell me about the experience, not just of these conditions, but having done the course as well. How much of an advantage is it, having been around once before?
I actually didn't do the Singapore course last year.
I meant for those who are taking place today.
Yeah, I think it's also just from in the lead up, coming back to a place you've been before and And really knowing the course, you know how it's going to feel, how much you're going to suffer, and maybe that's not even an advantage. But yeah, it obviously, having raced in the heat here, I think it's going to play a big factor for those that has.
If we're looking at surprises today, who would you be picking out?
I have to go with my favorite, Carl Smith. I think he's been training extremely well. I've unfortunately been dealt his talent firsthand many times in training. It's a very painful experience. But he's had a few solid months of putting things together, and I wish him the best today.
Is there any part of you that is a frustrated spectator today, or are you quite happily retired and ready for a frothy coffee in the commentary box?
I am.
If I gave you a pair of goggles now, would you say I'm on for it?
I don't know. I'd go with the shorts. Considering the conditions, I'd go down to the pool and hang out by the water, but I'm not sure I'd want to put myself through what will be 100% effort on a day like today.
Got you. We know how much you like to focus on your own game, but if you were on that start line today, who would you be a little bit concerned about?
The conditions, really.
More conditions than opponents. Very diplomatic. I like it. Yeah. But tell me what the concern would be and how important self-discipline would be for you on a day like this.
Yeah, it's just like in these conditions you cannot really afford. It's like you can't afford to react on what's going on around you. At least for me, I feel like I have one gear, and if you go above that, then you're really getting in trouble. So I think the athletes today have to deal with that and trying to stay just below that threshold of what your body can tolerate heat-wise, and that's what is really difficult, because usually you only feel it after it's too late, and then there's no way to come back again.
And a quick word about, they talk about athletes who like to get into the flow of a race. Is that something that you were conscious of? How quickly did you manage to get yourself into a position where you thought, right, we're off and running and the adrenaline is sort of where I need it now?
Well, I mean, that's generally where the gun goes, and you dive into the water. When the automation of training kind of takes over, I think these last minutes I would probably use to have a good deep stare into the eyes of your fellow competitors. You know, the older you get, the more safe you feel within your own ski.
Would you play psychological cards at this point?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point in time, you kind of know, especially when you've prepared well.
Yeah, I was the master of psychological games, so.
I'm not sure. I learned a lot from Alistair Brownlee, actually.
Right.
He was the master of the early days. But, you know, sometimes you just get a hunch, you get a moment where somebody looks away, and there are little psychological moments, you know, where we're all friends in triathlon, but it does help. Let's just put it that way.
Fantastic. Wonderful insight. Thank you very much indeed, gents. We'll hear both more from you a little bit later on. We're ready to go. Let's hand you over to your starter.
Wearing number 7 from France, Sam Laidlow. Wearing number 6 from Denmark, Daniel Bakkegaard. Wearing number 5 from the USA, Jason West. Wearing number 4 from Great Britain, Alistair Brownlee. Wearing number 3 from the Netherlands, Yuri Keulen. And wearing number 2 from the USA, Sam Long. Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
On your marks.
1, 2, 3. My baby don't mess around because she loves me so, and this I know for sure. But does she really?
And we're away. The Singapore T100 in our elite.
And
we're racing here for day 2 at the T100 World Tour in Singapore. Official water temperature today, 30.9 degrees, same as yesterday. Air temperature, 31.6 degrees Celsius. The humidity a little bit higher than yesterday at around 70%. Because of the hot water temperatures, the swim is again officially a non-wetsuit swim. That means the men are not allowed to wear wetsuits today, just like the women yesterday. I'm here, joined again today by Belinda Granger. Belinda Granger, day 2, here we are.
Very, very exciting. Look, first thing I've noticed about today, Jack, the temperature change. We don't have that hot, blaring sun coming down on us. Even walking here from the hotel this morning to the race venue, you could see that it was noticeably, I don't like to use the word cooler because it's still incredibly warm, but it certainly wasn't that sun beating down on your head. But what I did notice is that the air feels a lot thicker today than it was yesterday.
Having a look at those images, we could see that we've got probably 2, borderline 3 clear groups forming. We've got a group out to the left, or an individual out to the left. That's Sam Laidlow. So he's sort of taken his own line. A very, very wide line compared to the group we have on the right, which is led by Josh Amberger. Josh Amberger, obviously a late call-up today for this race after Javier Gomez was unable to start. So he's sort of playing his card as you would expect as a wild card. His swim is his strength, and he's gone straight to the front of the swim. You could see that the line he took, Belinda, was a little bit of a better line than Sam Laidlow. Sam Laidlow went out just as hard as him, but he's had to sort of come right to get back with that group, and the line that Josh Amberger took turned out to be the best one.
Yeah, and look, talking about coloured caps, we've got Yuri Keulen wearing orange cap today. Alistair Brownlee is in the purple cap. We've got both Jason West and Daniel Beckergaard in blue caps. So we do have 2 of our swimmers in blue caps today. Sam Laidlow, as you said, wearing the red cap. Aaron Royal in pink, and Peter Himrich in green. So you can see all of those cap colours right now, all towards the pointy end of the field.
Probably the biggest surprise, Jan, is that Aaron Royal is a fair way off the front of his swim. And if you look out the back, Sam Laidlow is so far away from the group. Look how far he is. If you look at the kayak, he's just swimming by himself out in probably no man's land. He's going to have to cut very far right.
And look, he's just realizing where he is, and he is now coming back to the group. Because other than that, he's actually doing all right. I mean, he's the front third, half of that group. But right now, he's moving into the pace line. It's probably where he wants to be at this stage. I mean, he wants to save some energy, sit on somebody's feet, and hopefully provide us with the chase of the day.
So in second feet there is Kyle Smith, followed by Daniel Beckergaard. Then we've got Jason West there in 4th. Jason West, I mean, at this point we've got to stop being surprised when we see him at the front of the swim. He was there in Miami, he was here last year in Singapore, and he's here again today. So for him, he started the swim and he's ahead of the likes of Sam Laidlow and Aaron Royal. So, I mean, thinking of Jason West as just a runner at this point, it's starting to become the fact that he's a front pack swimmer. He's just finding himself there all the time, Jan.
Yeah, I would have probably always, quite frankly, put him up towards the front pack, if not just off that. But generally, it is the bike that makes him come unstuck, and we'll see how he goes today on this rather technical course. As we saw yesterday in the ladies' race, it is challenging. It is warm out there. The gentlemen today have a bit of cloud cover, which makes a huge difference. When we first came out here, there was no cloud cover, and it was even more brutal than it is. But here we are. The water temperature 0.1 degree off the legal limit yet again. 30.9 degrees. And I said it yesterday on the commentary, 30.9 degrees is a touch off your spa bath. Trying to go at a heart rate of roughly 180, depending on where your max is, it's tough. It genuinely is tough.
Jan, you've been at races with Josh Amberger. Kona particularly, he's been at the front with you. Is it a surprise to you to see him as a very late call-up race week go to the front of the swim and be the one setting the pace?
Not one bit. I mean, that's what Josh has been known for many, many years, even in his ITU days, which is the Olympic distance, where he has dominated swims. And of course, that's where the swim is got a much higher focus than in longer distance racing. His last couple of years have probably not been the easiest for him in his professional career. But it's great to see that even though he's had a light call-up, he is obviously ready to take the throttle in both hands and go right for it.
And he's doing a great job, as we can see. Josh Amberger is leading. You've got Kyle Smith right on his feet. And you did also see Alistair Brownlee and Aaron Royal probably just a little bit further back, but great to see Kyle Smith right where we knew he was going to be. We know he's in good form. He's been training back home in New Zealand with Braden Curry. And I was chatting to Braden only a couple of weeks ago when I was over in Wanaka, and Braden said he really is flying. So he's coming into this race in some very good form, and we're expecting big things from Kyle Smith out here today.
You can see Alistair Brownlee tucked in there. He's sitting in 7th right now. Yeah, and Alistair Brownlee, a lot of talk about him going into this race. Will he race aggressively like he always does? Will he take more of a back seat and conserve energy going into the run? I mean, right now we're seeing him where he tends to swim all the time, which is middle to back end of front pack, but never doesn't make the front pack.
Alistair, to me, is the master of a second lap of a swim. I mean, that's when he comes into shine. That's where differences are made. You know, he has an extreme tactical sense, because generally in the swim, I mean, there is very little to be gained. And if there is a gap that's created, I've never seen him miss it. It is absolutely phenomenal. Let's just hope for the day that he can apply some of that tactical smartness to the run section. But until then, we've got about 80k to go.
So right there on screen right now, it is Josh Amberger still leading the way. We've got Kyle Smith right on his feet. You can see that purple cap there a little further back. In about 5th position is Alistair Brownlee. Right in front of him in the pink cap is Aaron Royal. We know that Aaron Royal very, very good in these sorts of conditions.
Also his training partner.
Also his
just spent a camp in Malaysia getting ready for this and the heat together.
They were actually
so
in Johor.
they're well accustomed to
in Johor,
training
Malaysia,
together.
that's right, for the last 10 days. And actually Malaysia is even hotter, if that is even possible, than here. And
so we've got Josh Amberger in the lead, Kyle Smith sitting there in 2nd, Daniel Backegard 3rd, Aaron Royal's made his way up there. He's going to sit 3rd or 4th right now. Alistair Brownlee just behind them, and then looks like it's Jason West in 6th. The swim sort of has started to settle. The pace line's still strong. The big mover is that that Aaron Royal is now up to 3rd and 4th, and you saw at the start of the swim he was about 12th at one point, so he's moved his way up comfortably to where we would sort of expect. And like Jan said, Alistair Brownlee, a second lap specialist. Aaron Royal's sort of taken that role in the T100 series as well lately.
Alright, so we've got our leaders sitting comfortably, well, probably not comfortably. That's not an accurate description. I am wondering at this stage where Ben Canute is. He's been someone to drive the pace very aggressively on these races, always with the intent of trying to get rid of Jason West, most likely, who's been our chaser. But we have learned from Miami, and this is the beauty of a series, there are new stars coming up, and Sam Long has come true to his long-made claim of having the strongest legs in triathlon. Let's see what he's got for us today.
And I must admit, Jan, I mean, he's been walking around the hotel in a very, very good mood. He looks confident. You saw him when he walked out before the start then, you know, pumping his chest. Really, he really looks like he's in the right frame of mind to do well. We know he's backing up from racing only last weekend. What do you think about 1, racing last weekend, 2, all the travel, 3, the different time zone? Is it possible for him to race at his best?
Well, you know how it is. There's always the physical element, and a physical element, he's one of the hardest trainers out there. He does huge volumes. He's extremely fit. So I think that's one journey. The bigger journey that impresses me more is what he's done mentally, because he's always publicly very much been out there describing his feelings and, you know, having these claims and chants going for him, which makes him hugely popular in the US as well. But of course, when you put yourself out there that publicly, you also get scrutinized a lot. And that, with him, has made for a very quick learning curve. And now I feel like we're seeing his passion and his experience slowly come together, and that will make for a very hard to beat athlete.
No, I agree. And if you look back at further through the field, you can see Yuri Keulen, who had a fantastic race in Miami. He is right up there in a really good position. He's in the orange cap, and I did see just a little further back the red cap of Sam Laidlow. Jack, I just don't understand why Sam Laidlow took that position that he did in the water. He was so far left. Do you think he was just disoriented?
I think he was trying to get away from the fight and find his own line and hopefully get to the front of the swim and not take anyone with him, and he's just got the line a little bit wrong. But as you said, Belinda, you can see he has now got back. He was the last person who was just about to get onto this front group, so you will expect him to get back on there and be about 8th. Ben Canute was there as well. He was the one at the back of the front pack. He was just behind Yuri Keulen. So all of the big hitters who you would expect to be here are here at this point. Peter Hemrich, the man who had a crazy race last year, he's just finding himself a little bit off the back of the front of the pack here. So maybe not quite where he was last year, but we'll wait and see.
And here we have one long line of athlete as it stands. There is a huge one and only front pack, plus one. We just saw on the overhead shot, there's one person off the back, as we'll get a closer look about to happen on the Aussie exit. For whatever reason it's called Aussie, we still haven't determined after yesterday. But they're about to get out the water, run across and jump back in. And that is generally where the first differences will be made.
The big thing we're seeing here, Jan and Belinda, is that everyone we did expect to be in this front swim pack is there. Aaron Royal's there, Sam Laidlow's there, Kyle Smith's there, Josh Amberger's there.
That's pretty easy when there's only one pack.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody's in the first pack as it stands, except for this poor guy we're seeing who's doing a solo time trial effort.
So the approach to the Aussie exit, as we saw yesterday, it's a little bit of a battle to get up that little soft climb out of it. Josh Amberger leads us out. Aaron Royal second. Kyle Smith's there in third in the white suit, usually in the black. Alistair Brownlee next in fourth. Daniel Backgaard, Ben Canute, Jason West, Yuri Keulen with no cap, Sam Laidlow. There is a little bit of a gap here now. That there might be a little bit of just a little bit of a gap. That one's going to be quite hard to chase. David McNamee there just diving in. He's definitely on the wrong end of that, and that will be a split.
Yeah, I agree. That's a tricky little point of the race, because right now your head feels like it's about to explode, jumping back in. The blood rushes from your legs back to your arms, and you're just trying to throw your arms over at the stage as quick as you can. Whereas someone like Josh Amberger, who's sitting on the front with his efficient stroke, is just glassing. And here we have the last person coming out. Oh, struggling to get out. I'm struggling to identify who that is.
We know it's Sam Long. We've also got Leon Chevalier. There was another as well that was back there. It looked like there's only one, but there's actually two. Actually two off the back swimming by themselves. So Leon Chevalier from France and Sam Long, they were the last two out in Miami as well. Sam was technically the last out of the water in Miami, but because of his poor transition, Leon Chevalier.
Alistair Brownlee sitting here in fourth right now. He's had some trouble in hot conditions in the past. How will he handle today?
He's a real, probably the biggest part of the challenge here, I'd say, and dealing with that is going to be the significant part to having a good performance, I think. So, yeah, I mean, I've tried to prepare for that, both training at home and then in Malaysia for the last 10 days or so. And yeah, for sure it's going to affect like the race dynamics and how I approach it. I think the extreme conditions make it even more so for that. So yeah, you know, I'm pretty confident in the cap I've got in my physical conditions in terms of kind of where my heart rate can be and those kind of parameters. And yeah, so of course I'm going to have to stick more to that than actually try to race. It'd be fantastic to be the first ever T100 World Champion. I am very much taking every race as it comes at the moment. You know, not that I'm trying to dodge the question, but I am. And but yeah, you know, ultimately winning world titles is what you aim to do, and it's a long way away yet, so we'll see.
We're just getting a replay here of Sam Long approaching the Aussie exit. Quite a deficit. He's lost his swim cap. You can see he has a look behind him to see, is anyone around me? He had a really big look behind him and then in front of him to see how far in front of me are they. Talking to Sam Long before the race, he fully expected to have quite a deficit out of the swim. He knew the hot water conditions didn't suit him. So he's probably not surprised to see that, but it's still quite a demoralising feeling when you get out and there's no one around you. Like I said, Sam Long, he knew that the swim was going to be the big challenge for him today, and he wasn't at all surprised that there was going to be a big deficit.
Any of the athletes here are great athletes, so anytime any one of us is taken out, whether it be from injury or a bike crash or sickness or simply because we don't show up on the start line, it gives us a better chance, right? Like everyone on this tour is a great athlete, and anytime one of us is taken off the start line, it gives everyone else a better chance. The conditions are going to be absolutely like horrendous. It's going to be a tough day out there, and yeah, I'm like getting ready to suffer, and you gotta put yourself in the zone where you want to suffer, and like however hard this is, I want it to be harder, because that's what Sunday is going to be for us. And I know like my heart rate is going to be just working like pretty close to cardiac arrest for the whole time, and that's just a fact, and so I'm prepared for that. I'm better than I was in Miami, but I also think a lot of people are, and also on the day, like I got something special out of myself on Miami, so I also need to get something special out of myself here.
And you can see Sam Long right at the back of the pack here. I mean, back of the pack's the wrong way to describe this. He's completely by himself, and it makes things harder and harder because he's kind of lost. You can see he hasn't taken the best line to the buoy. He's a little bit in no man's land, and there's a massive gap between him and second last here on the swim. These conditions, they exacerbate your weaknesses in the swim. There's no wetsuit, there's hot water, there's an Aussie exit, and there's a very fast lead group right now. Belinda, take me inside the mind of Sam Long when he's, you know, completely isolated and so far back this early in the race.
Well, it's funny you should ask me that, Jack, because I had the exact same conversation with Sam Long this morning in the athlete area before they went out to do their final warm-up. He knows it's going to happen. He prepares for it. He doesn't expect anything different. And he said, you know, I fully expect to come into transition with a 3, 4, maybe even 5-minute deficit today. And it doesn't seem to faze him. He seemed to have his head really firmly on his shoulders today. And as I said, as long as you're prepared for it, it's not a shock. He just needs to get on that bike and just start hunting them down one by one. What is going to be interesting today, though, it has started raining out there. Now, we had a dry day for the women yesterday, so it was never an issue. It has started raining out there. All of the men racing have decided to go with pressure in their tyres for a dry race. If we do have a lot of rain come through, that is going to make that ride really, really tricky, and it's going to mean that athletes are going to be less likely to take risks. So maybe a good thing for Sam if that front pack doesn't end up taking it out as hard as they would normally do.
And Jan, while we saw Sam Long at the back of the race, we saw that Aaron Royal has established himself at the front of the race. He's the second lap set specialist, just like we talked about before.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the great swimmers do. They are able to pace their effort, and whereas everybody goes a little bit crazy at the start of these races fighting for position, I mean, there is a new luxury here as well. There are only 20 athletes, and it's generally a long way to the first buoy, and anybody who's partaken in a triathlon knows it's generally a race to the first buoy to get the fastest line so that you get through there unscathed, because the effort you do trying to, the effort you have to put out trying to get over people, around people, being dunked under is just absolutely disproportionate to how much time you lose. So therefore, you know, I think someone like Aaron Royal with a lot of experience is coming out, and he knows the second lap is the time to make a difference. As we see the group strung out, we see a second pack forming. The gaps aren't huge though. I mean, it is definitely a quick swim, as we can see by the single file nature, because everybody's trying to get a little bit of a draft from the man in front of him. But definitely Aaron Royal, we can see also by the cadence he's putting up here, you know, the pressure is on as much as it can be in nearly 31-degree water.
And like you said, Jan, there is a few little small gaps in this single line file, but essentially it's still an 11-man front group. And we saw the women yesterday had 3 women out in front and then a big, big gap to everyone else behind them. But this 11-man front group means we're in for a really exciting start to the bike ride, and that might be the really decisive point of this race.
Either way, I think we just saw on the stats that Sam Long, 18th rated swimmer, that's probably being kind if we're honest, as we're seeing again today. But he is, more importantly, I mean, he's the second ranked PTO athlete in the world at the moment, because, you know, he can make up that deficit, and that's definitely one of the most exciting things we have going on today. Yesterday, I probably didn't think Ash Gentle could close that gap. But, you know, she proved me wrong, and I ate some glass shards from looking into the crystal ball. And hopefully that's what the boys make me do again today. I am terrible in foreseeing the future, but very much looking forward to a cracker of a race.
Yeah, and speaking of this, with an 11-man front group, does that mean that it's going to make Sam Long's day even harder, because these 11 men are going to really attack the start of the race, try and separate, try and split things up, and these two that we're seeing here in Leon Chevalier and Sam Long are falling further and further and further behind that lead group of 11.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do expect that group of 11 to blow up through transition. You know, transition is called the fourth discipline because it does create these differences. There is a technical bit straight out of transition, so I think there will still be a difference that's going to be created.
Great shot of our men now as they make their way towards transition. A little bit of a change of lead with Aaron Royal on the front. You've got Josh Amberger now on his feet and Kyle Smith sitting in third. So these 3 men sharing the love, so to speak, in the swim today. Great to see Aaron coming to the front. Looks like he just took his time. He didn't have the fastest swim that we are used to him having. He's just slowly but surely made his way to the front of this swim.
Interesting to me here is that 2 of these athletes have lost their cap, and that used to be a thing that we would do first and foremost. You lose your cap because you're able to do a bit more heat loss, and it's the smart fox, Alistair Brownlee. I'm not saying he did it intentionally, of course. It looks like Yuri Keulen to me, but I'm not sure who the second guy is.
Yeah, so we've got Aaron Royal leading the swim, Josh Amberger right behind him, Kyle Smith's there, Alistair Brownlee next, then we've got Jason West, Sam Laidlow, Mika Nuke directly on his feet. That's my first real sighting of Mika Nuke, so he's sitting there in 7th. Yuri Keulen off to the right, losing his swim cap. And then I think that might be Kasper Stepniak on his feet, looking at his swim stroke. A little bit hard to tell. Then you can see there's a little bit of a gap further back. That involves the group with Peter Heinrich. I still think these men, these 11 men, are going to come into transition as a pretty compressed group.
They are, but I'm telling you, there is no way in the world when they come around here the next time on the bike, which is on the first of 8 laps, that there will be 11 of these gents paired together. Here we go, transition 1. Show us what you got.
So we've got Aaron Royal taking charge out of the swim. Josh Amberger riding his feet, wild card late call up. I mean, does he be aggressive here out of T1? Kyle Smith like we talked about, choosing the white suit to make it a little bit cooler. Alistair Brownlee there as well. Daniel Bakkegaard next out. Ben Canute right on his feet. Jason West, as we talked about, an established front pack swimmer. Directly behind him, Sam Laidlow. It is then Mika Newt. We saw how aggressive Mika Newt was out of T1 here last year. He took the lead with Christian Blumenfeld, Peter Heinrich as well. We then did have Kasper Stepniak and Yuri Keulen right on his feet. This is a massive group, and contrasting it to the women's field into T1 yesterday when we saw the 3 women in Lucy Charles-Barclay, Lucy Buckingham and Rebecca Clark, this couldn't be a different story for Linda Granger.
It's incredible. And what about the power in this group? And great to see Jason West having such a strong swim. He is right up amongst it all as they head towards transition. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there was a little bit of rain. Let's hope that it doesn't eventuate and that they have dry roads, because as you've mentioned, really quite a technical course, Jan, and you do not want to ride this course hard if it is wet.
Well, that depends on who you are. I spoke to Alistair Brownlee, and he was begging for rain because he loves it. Alistair just throwing the bucket of ice over his head. He doesn't even bother being measured with it. He just takes the whole thing, throws it over his head. And we see Daniel Bakkegaard shoving some ice down the front of his top, which is of course legal. The bottles are not legal, but ice is legal at these races. So there we are playing with the rules, because one is considered an aerodynamic flaring, the other is considered for cooling. And Sam Laidlow making the pack. There you go, the mark of a champion. He decided to drop his socks this time, and he's ready to go. Daniel Bakkegaard, the last to jump onto his bike here. He is looking to be here as we have our 2 last. Leon Chevalier is the first. Sam Laidlow, as we saw at the Aussie exit, has lost his cap. He's sighted forward. And I can tell you, these guys cannot wait to get land on their feet. Peter Heinrich, David McNamee, and
Frederick Funk right there, Clement Mignon and Bradley Weiss.
Rudy Von Berg was right there with Peter Heinrich as well.
And look at that, you can see they've got in their buckets, in their containers right near their bikes, they have got some cold, wet towels, and as Jan mentioned, some ice. And you can see Bradley Weiss has chosen to put that down his back. Just these men are doing anything and everything that they can to keep their body temperature down, to keep themselves cool. They know they are going out into an absolute furnace right now. So
and the 3 of these are good riders. This could be an interesting
Very
chase
good.
pack because they're technically good as well. Oh, here we go. This is Leon Chevalier, and he's about to touch land, and you can almost feel the relief as he's coming up. Again, a very handy bike rider, good runner, and he's hoping that Sam Long is probably not too far behind, so he's got someone to work with. And the last but not the least, this we can be sure of, Sam is going to fight to the line. And get your stopwatches ready.
We know from Miami, he was last out of the water in Miami, and he was able to make his way all the way up into second place, which is, I still think it's unbelievable, but it's going to be a hard task for him to do that here today in Singapore as we get our first shots of that enormous group.
All right, get your stopwatches out. Sam Long has touched land. He likes to say he's got the strongest legs in triathlon. He made that claim true in Miami. Show us what you got. I'm looking forward to what the next 82K of this T100 have on offer for us. Get the popcorn, and let's see how we go from here.
That's smart, taking on some hydration early on. They need to start it as soon as they can, because it is only going to get hotter and hotter as this day goes on. Great to see the crowds already out cheering Sam in. Really difficult position for Sam Long, but as we've mentioned, something that he is very, very accustomed to.
It's not a pretty sight running into transition and seeing your bike is the only one that's left. And the good thing about Sam is he's not going to panic. He knows this is his role. He relishes it. He loves it. And that's important. You know, that's kind of, there we go. He does the same as Alistair Brownlee. not a measured effort, it's the whole bucket of ice. I hope someone refills it for him by the time he gets back here in 80 kilometers.
Well, you know, the advantage that these men have, Jan, is that they were able to sit at home in their air-conditioned rooms yesterday and watch the women race. And they saw just how much these women were suffering. And so it's good on them. They know exactly what they need to do to try and limit that amount of pain that they're going to be going through.
So Sam Long with almost a 4-minute deficit into T1 there. Quite a similar position to what he was at in Miami, maybe 20 seconds further back. But given that Sam Long was targeting this race, he raced last week at Oceanside, but this was the race he was targeting at the start of the season, not Miami, not Oceanside. He had his eyes set here on Singapore, so we know that 350 is an attainable gap for Sam Long. Just like we talked about yesterday, if you want to take part in the Singapore Spectacular, then you can in 2025, and you can get 35% off your entry when you do so. All you need to do, point your camera on your iPhone at the screen at the QR code, take the registration link there, sign up 2025, join us here on this brutal but beautiful course.
Marina Bay Sands forming the background for our epic spectacle that we're about to see unfold here. Similar to yesterday, conditions are extreme, but right now the men have got a little bit of cloud cover.
Jan, here we are. The Supernova slow-mo, it's returned.
Oh, great. Let's see what our favorite shot is.
Oh, Sam Long got the early start too.
There we go. He was probably just trying to hide from his early start.
Sam Long wins the highest jump competition. He's not quite as high as Pamela Oliveira was yesterday. The T100 World Tour is the ultimate test of speed and endurance, and in 2024 it will be taking place in some of the most iconic locations around the world. We're here at Singapore today in April. We can't wait to get to San Fran, and the grand final yet to be decided, but the location will be spectacular, coming to you in November.
Some spectacular locations here, but let's focus on this race as we have the first hill on the bike coming on. Josh Amberger just sitting on the back of that pack. I think, you know, a lot of it is all about riding smart, and this is where we can see the first time that this is a completely different course to Miami. There's going to be a different demand on athletes, and, you know, I see a lot of potential in these climbs for that second chase pack with Brad Weiss, Clement Mignon and Fred Funk.
We've got eyes on Jason West here, but if we pan forward towards the front of the race, we could see that we had Alistair Brownlee, Kyle Smith and Mika Newt being the ones who were taking charge. Alistair Brownlee here in third wheel. Kyle Smith and Mika Newt are ahead of him, the two men in the black suits. Yuri Keulen, he found his way to the front of that group as well, climbing strong. Sam Laidlow is actually in front of Mika Newt leading the race. So Sam Laidlow here in charge, Mika Newt directly behind him, Kyle Smith behind him, and Alistair Brownlee. And given the slow start Sam Laidlow did have in the swim, to make his way back up to that front pack and lead here up the second climb of the day, the steepest climb of the day, that's actually quite impressive, Jan.
I am very impressed, and I am also very pleased to see that he's changed his tactics and he has chosen to not go with the aerodynamic socks, which he has done every single race. Unfortunately, that decision cost him about 70 kilometers of time trialing last time in Miami to close that gap. But similar to Miami, he has lost that first bottle already on the back of that aerodynamic construction he's got at the back of his seat, is where normally he's supposed to have a bottle, and he has lost that. You know, to be honest, it's a personal thing. Some athletes are religious with their nutrition and they get very worried about it. I don't take Sam Laidlow as being that guy. He would just pick up carbs from along the course.
And an interesting story, Jack, you were telling me earlier before, he chose just yesterday after watching the women's race and realising just how steep those pinches are up onto the bridges and the fact that you have to do them 8 times. He came to this race just with a 58 on the front, decided last minute to change that courtesy of Mika Newt being able to give him a 44. But I mean, do you think that was a wise move? He's obviously doing very, very well on the bike so far, but going from that single front cog to having a 58.44, I believe he has now, he's running now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw yesterday with the women that the climbs are brutal and decisive, so whatever you can do to make it a little bit easier on yourself is probably smart. Now, Sam Laidlow's a good climber on his day, and it's just whether, like, what version of Sam Laidlow we get. On his day, he's probably one of the best climbers in World Triathlon, like we saw in Nice last year. So if he's feeling fit, I mean, for him to have as many gears as possible to climb is, yeah, obviously a smart decision in my eyes.
Well, to be honest, he's definitely someone to not be shy of creating a gap, so let's just wait where he can put us. But I think he's got some words himself to tell us all about his plans for the day.
I definitely feel healthy this time, and I'm slowly building my fitness up as the season goes along. Last year after the world title, it took some time, just like emotionally and even professionally, to get over like that. A lot of kind of demands came off the back of that, and I also took time off because, well, I'd achieved my childhood dream. So I'm not a person who can just like stay at the top level like and be fully dedicated all year round. I need other things to kind of balance my life around. So I took the time off I needed, and so obviously I can't expect to be like in peak shape like in Miami and stuff. So yeah, I think I can come top 5, and that's the goal, and then we'll slowly build towards being good towards the grand final. If we look at like the previous winners of the T100 series or PTO series, they're often like the fastest runners, with the exception of maybe Magnus in Miami. Otherwise, it was always like the people who'd win, their strength is always the run out of the 3 disciplines. And for me, it's my weakness. So definitely the run plays a big factor. If you look at Christian or Jason West or Max Newman and all the guys that have won run really fast. So yeah, a bit more run speed is definitely what I need.
So I'm not sure about you guys, how you feel, but when Sam Laidlow says he wants to do a top 5, I can't buy it. I don't buy it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's a funny one, isn't he, Sam Laidlow? He's not prepared to lay it on the line. If we were having the same conversation right now with Sam Long, who we know is, a good 4+ minutes off the back, he would be saying that he wants to win here today. And we've got Sam Laidlow currently leading the race, saying he'd be happy with the top 5. Now he did have a DNF here last year, so maybe a top 5 is better than a DNF. Yeah, no, I don't know, but to me that seems it's a little conservative, if you ask me.
So here we're getting images of Sam Long on the bike. Now he's giving the thumbs up, and he's come out of the water almost 4 minutes down, but we have heard that he's been given a 30-second penalty because he's misplaced some swim equipment. It has not made its way into the box. So Sam Long is going to have to serve a 30-second penalty on top of his 4-minute deficit he had into T1.
I reckon he probably had it in his box, and then when he emptied the box over his head, his swim equipment fell back out. Poor guy can't catch a break, but honestly, 4 minutes or 4.5 minutes is not going to make or break his day. You have to also remember, when it's a 30-second penalty, they have to serve this in T2, and during this time they're not allowed to unclip their helmets. They have to stand there and wait. But in these conditions, it allows them to catch their breath. It's a 30-second break. It's not a 3-second penalty that you would get for drafting. And yes, it is more uphill in the works for Sam Long, but I honestly think, yeah, it's not going to make or break his day. As he comes around the turnaround here, he is taking things aggressively. Leon Chevalier is just up the road. He is the number 2 ranked cyclist, but he is the number 1 ranked cyclist in this field, as Magnus Ditlev is out due to his crash. But apparently not. Okay. Well, Sam Laidlow is the number 1 ranked cyclist. That's tough for anyone behind because he's currently leading the race. But either way, he's very, very strong and most importantly aggressive, which is what we want to see.
So here we're getting a look at the front pack from the back. Jason West is at the back of that. Ben Knut's with him. Yuri Keulen's there. Alistair Brownlee, maybe most surprisingly, is sitting towards the back of the front pack.
Well, maybe he is just realizing that it is very hot. We can see by the shadows that the sun has come out, and I cannot emphasize enough the difference between a slight cloud cover and the sun being out in full force. It is absolutely extremely uncomfortable as soon as the sun is directly upon you, and these athletes will be looking to get any bit of shade they can.
So we've got Sam Laidlow in front, Mick Knut directly behind him, Kyle Smith right with him as well. We then saw Alistair Brownlee come through. We also have some big runners in this field, Jason West and Yuri Keulen still in the pack. It's quite interesting here because early stages of the bike, it has stayed together. We're coming towards the start of the second lap. We're about to get onto the first lap, the first climb on the second lap, and everyone in that front group is still there.
Yeah, really interesting. But you know what, Jack? I was discussing this earlier this week, and I don't expect this pack to really start to break up till about the halfway mark. So around that fourth, maybe even fifth lap, and that's when it really starts to hurt. And I think that's when we'll start to see some gaps occur.
Sam Long here doing the lone wolf for now, and he's looking to probably also benefit from the slightly tactical behavior that we're seeing at the front. I mean, generally we would say that, you know, Jason West here placing himself ahead of Ben Knut, something we wouldn't have expected to see, putting himself comfortably into the field, and they are very closely spaced.
Just, you can see that red light.
Yeah. There is no way there at 20 metres. You can see there that, you know, that group in front is definitely not at 20 metres. We need them to separate.
And you can see by the race ranger that each of these athletes have. These are the white discs that you see on the side and at the back of the bike. It is blinking red at the back of Jason West's bike. That's because Ben Knut is sitting behind him too closely. But we can also see that he was sitting behind, I believe, Aaron Royal. This man, however, is not seeing any flashing lights.
Red lights.
He's begging to see any lights because that means he's at least within 30 meters of the next athlete, or 25, and it'll be a while until he sees some lights. But interestingly, he has also chosen to go with an open helmet. A lot of these athletes here going with aerodynamic helmets, but the extreme conditions mean that there is no break from the heat.
So eyes on here, Sam Laidlow still leading the bike. He's been leading the bike since about a quarter of the way through the first lap, so that's about 9 kilometres in the lead for Sam Laidlow at this point. Kyle Smith and Mick Knut are directly behind him, which has what's been playing for the last sort of 8 kilometres now, so nothing too much changing. You can see, looking at Sam Laidlow, he is working hard. He's just getting to the top of the first climb here, which is the top of the Shears Bridge. It's a gentle, about 800 to a kilometre long climb, 4 or 5% gradient. So you do see all athletes in that climb tend to stay in the aero bars and push a really big gear. They don't tend to drop down into their smaller gear. So that is actually a deceptively hard climb because of that, because you have to push such a big gear and therefore such high power up it.
Look at his stomach working. Look at how hard his breathing muscles are working. That is that kind of feeling you only get in the heat. He's even choosing a moment here to stop pedaling, freewheel, just to get a break, because the problem with heat and racing in heat is that your body temperature goes up. The stress is an added stress. You can imagine it's the same thing if you're walking on a mountain at 3,000 meters. It feels like you have less oxygen, and every little bit you're just trying to suck into your lungs. But the thing that Sam would have seen is that Jason West is still in this group, and he will do everything in his power to change that.
Rachel's joining us for the first time today on the broadcast, and she's joined by Indy Lee, Miami champion.
Thanks so much, Jack. Yes, I am indeed. Indy Lee, Jack just said, Miami champion from 5 weeks ago. Things didn't go too well out there yesterday. A DNF next to your name, something an athlete hates to see. Just talk us through why it was so tough for you yesterday.
I think there was a variety of reasons that I was maybe trying to kid myself before the race that wouldn't happen, but yeah, I had a bit of illness in the lead up to this race, and a cough and a cold for 10 days wasn't really the best preparation. but yeah, and like the conditions here are so brutal that you've got to be on top form, like best of health if you want to give your best, and I wasn't quite there yesterday.
On the bike though, it looked like you were really pushing. You were in that second group and fighting, really kind of overtaking a lot of the athletes back and forth. Did you feel good at that point?
Yeah, I felt really good. I made some deliberate decisions to back off the second lap of the swim, and also at the start of the bike I was riding my target powers, heart rates, felt fine, and then the last lap and a half of the bike I started feeling a bit off, and then it was a bit of a struggle, and yeah, pretty much as soon as I got onto the run my chest tightened up quite a bit, and I was really short of breath, but high heart rate, and it just all got a bit much. And
because we saw that actually, I was standing next to Ruth, your friend, when you just came out of T2, and you were kind of gesturing to her, and I said to Ruth, what do you think she's saying? She said she just needs to go. Conditions are like that for everybody, but how are you feeling right there? What did you know it was kind of game over?
Sorry for the language if you heard the language that I said to Ruth.
I didn't, you're fine.
At that point I thought, I just need to find my run legs, I'll be all right once I get moving, and after a couple of K I wasn't all right.
Have you had to change your race plans going forward for the season now because you didn't get any points on the board yesterday?
It's a long season and there's still plenty of racing to do, so I'm not going to make any big decisions, but my original intention wasn't to do San Francisco, but maybe now that's a discussion I need to have with my coach.
Finally as well, we know you ended up in a medical tent yesterday. Did they say everything was fine, and are you healthy to start training again as and when you need?
Yeah, I was given the all clear, just a bit of a bruised ego maybe.
Well, it happens, doesn't it? We've seen it many times. Well, India, we hope we will see you in San Fran. It's good to have you back and back to your best and getting a bit more confident. Thanks for chatting today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Here we've got Jason West on screen, and this is the man they're all trying to get away from. I mean, this is definitely the key of the front group, but you know, it's tricky. Get away or save your beans. As here we have the first overtake of what I'm assuming will be many. Very smartly done by Sam Long. He pulls in fast, takes a late break moment, and here insists on the line, because this is a little bit confusing. Athletes here have been told to stay on the right and pass on the left, and you technically did it perfect to not have to surge to get past, and cornering aggressively, making his way to the front.
Back at the front of the race here, we've got Sam Laidlow still in charge. Kyle Smith assuming position here in second, and Mika Newt, as always, in third. There is a little bit of a bigger gap there to Alistair Brownlee. It's not a gap by any stretch, it's probably just the legal 20 to 25 metres, and then we've got the group with Yuri Keulen behind. I guess what we're waiting to see here, Belinda, is this pace that Sam Laidlow's pushing so hot that it is going to cause some splintering, or is it not quite on that and everyone is going to be able to stay there?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. I mean, obviously it's still incredibly early days on the bike, and I think these men are still sorting themselves out, but you can see now they get a great chance to eye each other off. But those three, you can see there is a gap. We talk about that gap back to Alistair, but you're right, he is leaving the legal 20 metres. So we are running the 20-metre draft rule here today. Alistair Brownlee definitely making sure that he's staying out of trouble. These other men are a little close for my liking, but you can see the prize money on offer here today, US $25,000 for the number one. So whoever crosses that line in first place, US $16,000 for second and $12,000 for third, going all the way down to 20th place. So everyone, as long as you finish, you get to take home some prize money here today. So $2,500 for 20th place.
And let's not forget, this goes along with points for the final series. And we are looking at 8 races plus the grand final. And it's a new dynamic. It's a dynamic we haven't seen in this kind of racing. 35 points to 28 for second, which means there is a big gap between first and second. And then those gaps get smaller and smaller. So, you know, obviously these guys are taking risks. Right now, I would not say that the pace has been super hot, simply because you can see that the athletes are playing tactical games. Everybody's worried after seeing the ladies race yesterday that they just don't want to go too hard, too early. But, you know, it looks like the group is even increasing. Did I count an 8th rider in there?
So there are 8 right now. So there's 8 right now, and you can see that there's a few off the back. So we've still got a group of 8. Sam later, look at the look on. He really is pushing quite hard, Jan. I think that was not the look of ease on his face. So that is still a very big group.
Jan, you know what time it is.
Oh, here we go.
Supernova Slowbo.
Brace yourselves, ladies and gentlemen.
Jan loves the Supernova Slow-Mo.
There we go. Oh, look at the face of Carl Smith in that shot. Here we get the bucket shot. Alistair Brownlee was smart. Did not put his swim stuff in there first.
Something definitely happened in T1 with Daniel Beckergaard. You could see then back wheel off the ground. And look at Sam Long doing everything he can, every bit of that piece of that ice down that front of his chest, trying to cool himself down.
That would be long gone by now. Here we go. Jason West back in the photo. We did not expect to see him
Absolutely
up
not.
here
No.
this late in the game. Somebody chasing T100 victory, of course, just like everybody else here. But, you know, he knows his deficits. He has been working over them, and he was confident in Miami. But, you know, maybe it's just taken him an extra 4 weeks to get the full benefit of a good winter.
Well, absolutely. Now, we know he was third here last year. He was third here last year because he had such an incredible ran his way through the field. But for him to actually be in the position, in striking distance right now, this early in the race, he's got to be feeling pretty good about himself.
And like you can see on screen, Belinda, he is the #1 ranked runner in the field. He did have the fastest run in Miami, despite not having his career best performance. This front group definitely want to drop him. They haven't been able to do so here coming into the second lap. He's still on the back of this front group of 8. And I think that's the big thing, Jan, is that at some point, someone in this front group is going to have to do something to gap Jason West.
Well, the thing we do have to consider, though, is that this is a triathlon. And the thing is, you can't just discount the swim and the bike and say he is the best runner, full stop. If he manages to get there in the front pack, that means he's also exerted himself that much more than he may normally be used to. And that will influence the game again. You know, can he perform off a significantly harder bike? But, you know, he is Jason West, and he is phenomenal on the run.
Jason West, does he feel ready today?
Miami was, what, 5 weeks ago, so good amount of time, but not too much, I guess. But yeah, had a tough race there, and to be honest, I wasn't crazy surprised. Things have been a bit bumpy. My body was not cooperating that well going into that one, and it's a long year, and you don't want to rush it too much. But yeah, I feel way more optimistic going into this one. Just everything seems to be feeling a lot better and clicking, and yeah, just feeling good about it. It's great that I had a lot of success here. I think I know I can manage the heat well. It's just getting through the first 2 disciplines and being as close to the front as I can be. I think it's just if I can swim with the front group and then manage some of the attacks on the bike and just stay as close to the front as possible. I almost try to make sure nobody realizes I'm there until the run. So I want to be kind of in the background. So hopefully, you don't notice me too much. I'm definitely capable of a podium performance. Like I said, I'm feeling a lot better than I was in Miami, and I was 7th there, and I considered that like an absolute disaster. So yeah, hopefully it goes better, and we get a good one, and then we can build from there.
Carl Smith coming in hot and taking the lead. Look at that. Yes, that's what we want to see. Using the corners smart. I was for a second there worried that he was going to pull the anchors, pull the brakes, and sit what is very difficult. But, you know, I know from Carl he was definitely waiting to get a good opportunity to settle into his pace. You know, Carl is somebody who, along with Alistair Brownlee, likes to show some heroics on the bike. He is capable of them. He is a very, very powerful cyclist, and that can be a problem. If you have that option, especially here, you know, there are limited resources you've got, and once that body overheats, it's difficult to come back. But you can see he's just simply used the technically difficult section, obviously going through it much quicker than everyone else, and he is within himself.
And we know, and obviously you know because you've trained with him for many, many years now, but we know that he is not just very, very strong on the bike, he's technically brilliant on the bike as well. He's been based back home in New Zealand for the last 6 months. He's been doing a lot of his training with Braden Curry, so we know he's in very, very good form. The only question mark that he even mentioned himself was just how he was going to manage the heat. Not so much on the bike, but a little bit more on the run. He's a bigger athlete than most of the athletes on course. He is incredible on the bike. We know he's in very, very good form. He had a fantastic win earlier this year at Challenge Wanaka. Really, Daylight was second at that race, so he's in really good form.
We do know, Belinda, you did talk about his ability to deal in the heat. He is from New Zealand, quite a cold place. You also spoke of Braden Curry. Kyle Smith was telling me during the week that every single night for about the last 3 to 4 weeks he'd been in the sauna. They got up to about 35-40 minutes at 95 degrees Celsius. That's huge, and they were doing it every single night because he was dedicated to this race. Even when he didn't have a start to this race, he was planning like he was going to be at this race. So no surprise to see him at the front racing aggressively here.
No, it's honestly, I spent quite a bit of time with Kyle over the past few years, and last year was a little bit of a wish-wash year for him, but I think he's got his head back in the game right now. This is his distance, let's be honest. This is his distance. Kyle Smith, T100, I think that they work hand in hand. He's very, very powerful over swim, bike, run, and I know he had aspirations to try and make it to the Paris Olympics. Once that was done and dusted, he's come back, and now I think he's exactly where he belongs, and this is his distance, without a doubt.
Tell you what, I wouldn't have not put money to see Alistair Brownlee behind Jason West after an hour of racing. You know, maybe this is just the tactical day we have all been waiting for. I think Alistair is, definitely a more than capable rider, and for him to sit at the very back of this bunch is either taking a big risk, or it's just a testament to the pace not actually being as quick as it looks just yet.
Or are we seeing an Alistair Brownlee that is actually pacing himself correctly? I mean, I don't know. I actually don't know what the answer is there. It could be A, B, C, or who knows? But it looks like he's at least being sensible. It doesn't look like he's petering off the back of this group. It looks like he's just putting himself in a place where he can stay comfortable. I know that he does have a bet. You spoke about it earlier before the race began. He does have a bet here today that he will take out the first 2 kilometres of the run no faster than 3:40 per K place. And there are beers on the line here, Jan, so it's going to be very interesting to see if he actually is able to stick to that promise.
We can see that Kyle Stepniak's made his way to the back of the group. The athlete directly in front of him is Aaron Royal. Like you guys were talking about, it's quite surprising to see Alistair Brownlee next in line, sitting behind the wheel of Jason West. A patient Alistair Brownlee, I think, is a very dangerous Alistair Brownlee. Jan, you know Alistair Brownlee's racing style more than any of us. You've been there, both on the giving and receiving end of it. Would this feel unnatural for Alistair Brownlee to be at the back of the race, or the back of the front pack like this? Would he be just like dying to go and push the pace at the front of the race, or would it actually feel like a natural progression for him in his career?
I think at this point it would definitely be something that would be something he's not used to, you know. Funny enough, you mentioned that bet and beers being on the line, Belinda. We know Alistair does like a beer, so you might as well intentionally lose that bet just so he can have a first round on him. But you can see these athletes just waiting for each other.
So we can see here that we've got Yuri Keulen moving his way to the front. Who would have seen that coming? Kyle Smith's in second, Sam Laidlaw off to the right in third, Mick and Newt there looking behind him in fourth, Jason West and Alistair Brownlee are then in fifth and sixth. We've got Kyle Stepniak at the back, then we've got Aaron Royal and Peter Heinrich. This is a very compressed group of 10. They are super close up this steep climb. This is probably the steepest and hardest climb on the course. Belinda, how surprised are you to see Yuri Keulen being the one to push the pace here about 25 kilometres into the bike ride?
Look, he came here with a mission, and there was one mission that was to do just as well as he did a few weeks ago in Miami. He wants to top 3 is what he told me, so he wants to podium. He wants to show that he is worthy of a contract for this series.
He said something to me at breakfast this morning. He said, I am a, and he did this. If you can see what I'm doing with my hand, he was meaning I am a motorbike. He knew today that he was going to go on the bike.
But also, let's be honest, I mean, there's been a little bit of a talk that Yuri sometimes is a little guilty of sitting on, sometimes a little bit too close. You know that the men have spoken about it. It's been a little bit of a he said, she said, but great to see Yuri taking the lead now.
All right, I'm going to have to say it. I'm going to cop it, but honestly, the way these guys are riding right now, they are going to have to pull in to the technical just to recharge the lights on their race ranges. The lights are going off, and
it's like a disco.
Blink
it's
City.
like a disco out there.
I mean, I know the game is being played technically, and it's easy saying from an air-conditioned box, but there is a lot of very close riding going on here.
And I mean, there's a huge amount of irony that we're seeing here, that everyone's been accusing Yuri Keulen as being the one that drafted, but he's the one who said, nah, I'm going to the front, I'm not involved in this draft fest out front, everyone else behind me can sit in, because we do have 10 people here who have been quite close, and Yuri Keulen, ironically, the guy going to the front, Jan.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's a competent runner. You know, if anybody can hold it on a day with Jason West, you know, he would definitely be one of a few names that I would put up. But it's also good, you know, I like this kind of rivalry because he has been getting a little bit of, you know, let's call it negative feedback on his riding and drafting style. And he's out there to prove a point, and good on him. I think that's the way to do it. That's the way to silence your doubters. Talk less, do more.
But you know what I'm seeing here? It's almost like these guys are playing cat and mouse with each other. There's a lot of people looking around, trying to see where everyone is, instead of concentrating on their own races.
Yuri Keulen sitting on the front, and it looks like he's got a little bit of a gap here. I think he's just riding firm, but, you know, I think he's probably got a few words of himself to take us into his thoughts.
I do love this statement from Yuri Keulen, Jan. I love the intent, and I love that he's gone to the front of the race. You can see here his stats relative to everyone else in the race today. The 16th best swimmer, but he did come out in that front group of 7, 8 or 9. 11th best bike rider. That's a very deceiving stat, because on this court, it really does depend on how your power to weight ratio is, whereas in some other races, it's more about brutal power. And then the 6th fastest runner relative to everyone else. In the heat, he fancies himself as the best runner in the field, and he has huge ambitions today.
I want to win PTO T100 series in 1 year. That's a big thing. That's a big thing. I think you should not be scared away by big things. But let's first start this weekend and have a good result, and then we can talk about big things that are next, hopefully, for me.
Do you feel like a podium is within your grasp this weekend?
Yeah, I think even the win. And not because I have so much qualities that I will outclass the whole field, but because in the place where we are. Let's say we have the same interview, PTO London. I would say, yeah, these guys, this is the podium. These guys have an amazing run. These guys have an amazing swim. This is this. And it probably will happen, or something similar will happen. Well, we're here in the conditions that it's not similar. It's not where we used to. It's like we're swimming, biking and running in the sauna. And if you see, like, for example, the Formula 1 has been here, all the guys say the same. It's absolutely madness to race here. I think for us it won't be any difference. So, like, sometimes races like this, for example, I could go for the win, I could as well finish last. It's just how the race unfolds itself in these conditions. And I think here preparation is key. One of my managers always says performance has 3 things: luck, preparation, opportunity. And if those 3 come together on race day, everything is possible.
Jan, that was the most confident piece of footage I've ever seen of an athlete. And when you talk to Yuri or you see him around the hotel, he does just have this air of confidence and almost like he comes across like a fighter in race week. Like, he keeps to himself, he's quite aggressive, he's here to win, he's not here to be friendly, and we saw that in that video there. He's taking no prisoners today, and he's backing himself.
I love it. Honestly, I love it. It's the kind of thing you hate when you're a competitor and you think somebody's just arrogant and they can't do this, they can't do that. But he's out there and he believes himself. And that's what you need. In the beginning, when you're stepping onto new territory and you're trying to do new things, you know, the belief oftentimes is all that you have. And, you know, it's that's where all athletes start. But I really appreciate somebody coming out, making a statement, and it was print-worthy almost.
We do apologise for the lack of leaderboard and graphics today. We are having some technical issues here with the extreme conditions in Singapore. We're working on it, and we will get it to you as soon as it is available. For now, myself, Belinda and Jan will try and keep you as up-to-date as we can as to who is where and what is happening in today's race. Speaking of that, we can see that Yuri Keulen is at the front and is pushing the pace. He's got about a 40-50 metre gap on Sam Laidlow in second. We can see that Kyle Smith and Mika Newt are behind him. Then we have Jason West, Alistair Brownlee, Aaron Royal, Kasper Stepniak was still there, and Peter Heinrich was there as well. I did not get eyes on Josh Amberger, so to me that says that he has been spat out the back of this group after leading a lot of the swim and finishing second out of the swim. I'm going to throw to Rachel again. She joins us. She's joined by Chelsea Sodaro. A disappointing result from yesterday, but it's Chelsea Sodaro. She's a champion. She will be back.
Yeah, Chelsea, I know you had high hopes coming here to Singapore, your first T100 of the season. Things didn't go quite to plan. Tell us why you struggled out there in the opening race for you.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel. I really thought that I had nailed my prep for this race, but learned that was not the case yesterday. I got a little beat up in the swim, panicked and started to overheat really early on and pull the plug during the bike, which is always really disappointing, but I have a really big, ambitious season ahead, and I'm looking forward to that.
We saw actually on the bike as well, you going through to try and get some bottles and you kept missing them. Was that a result of getting beaten up in the swim? We were like, she just can't grab her aid station bottles here.
Yeah, I heard that I got a lot of screen time yesterday on the broadcast, but user error, I guess, just didn't get it done through the aid station. It happens sometimes.
But tell us about that then. When you have such a struggle early on, in the first discipline, is that kind of something that you need to work on going forward? We know what a strong competitor you are, or sometimes is it just one of those days?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I had a bad day yesterday, and I'm human. I'm not perfect, but of course there will be lots of takeaways, and I have many things to work on until the next go round.
Tell us then a little bit about, let's see what's going on here. Live as we are as well. This is exactly what's happening. I think he just got the bottle perfectly, Chelsea. They're telling me in my ear. That's how it's done, Chelsea. Anyway, let's move on to talk about what the rest of your season looks like. I know you've been in New Zealand. That's exactly what the T100 has been able to allow you to do. Go out there with the family. Is that what's happening next for you?
Yeah, I've been in New Zealand for over 3 months now, and I'll head there this week to pick up my daughter, and we'll fly home to the US. So it'll be really great to be home, and then I'll start my prep for San Francisco, it's a home event for me. That's where my husband is from and where we lived for many years. So it will be great to have lots of home crowd support there.
And you've been in New Zealand because your coach is based there. How important has it been to have that kind of face-to-face time with the coach?
Yeah, I'm coached by Dan Plews of EnduroIQ, and we have an amazing partnership, but it's been really special to actually spend so much time together. He's been at most of my sessions, and it didn't show yesterday, but I'm excited to show off all our hard work later this season.
Yeah, what have you been working on? Because I've seen on Instagram you've done quite a lot of kind of testing in the lab. Is there anything specific that you can share with us?
Yeah, Dana is a physiologist, so we've been putting a big emphasis on the bike. I think we learned yesterday that maybe I need to put more of an emphasis on the swim. But it's amazing. I think one of my favorite parts of the sport is the incredible people who support and uplift me through the high moments and the low moments, and we'll work for more high moments.
home race next. Cannot wait to see you there, and all the support that we know you'll garner as well, Chelsea. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Rachel.
We'll see you in San Fran.
All right, so first of all, big kudos to Chelsea Sodaro, because it's a brave thing to come and step out. Yesterday, I called her up for not taking that step, and it takes a lot. But right now, I am so impressed with Yuri Keulen riding off the front while the boys at the back are all concerned with not crashing into each other. They're so close. It's difficult to watch, especially with the motorbike sliding in between. There was a little break that we saw, probably brought back. But Yuri Keulen has just got his head down off the front, doing his thing. Hats off, especially after calling it.
Jan, what you've said there is exactly right. All week he's called it. He's called it in the videos. Every time there's been an interview or someone's asked him, he's said how confident he is. He's talked the big game. The irony, Belinda, we talked about the irony before, that it's this man that's going to the front of the race. Every single other man in that front group of 10 is sitting there looking around at each other, waiting what's going to happen, not wanting to take a risk, sitting in, maybe drafting a little bit. Yuri Keulen being the one to go to the front of this race. Is this redemption for Yuri Keulen?
Yeah, it's a really interesting, and I've got a little bit of a smirk on my face because he has copped a lot of criticism in past racing, and look, I'm not going to sit here and say whether it's been rightly so or not. It's not my place. However, all I can say is what I'm seeing now is Yuri Keulen has cleared out. He takes a look around. He can't see anyone. And I just find I'm flabbergasted. Why haven't these men gone with him? Why have they allowed him to get away like this? Is he riding that much harder? I think the other men were so busy playing cat and mouse with each other that they've let this young man just ride off into the distance. And I'm bewildered by it, to be honest. And we can see them now, and they are starting to move out a little further. So they are starting to at least, abide by that 20-metre rule. We had such a clean race yesterday with the women's race, and I'll be really disappointed if these men don't, take a good long look at themselves and start making sure that they are at that 20-metre distance. Now, Jan, we know with a course like this, when you've got those little climbs up and down, that it is very easy for it to concertina, so that, they go within that 20 metres. But you also know how easy it is to push it back out to the 20 metres. I see them, they're not being diligent with this at the moment, and this is incredible. Someone has gone with him, though. This is really good to see.
Belinda, that is Alistair Brownlee, we see, who has made a break from the group behind. You can see he's got about 50 metres to what looks like Kyle Smith in third, or maybe it's Kasper Stepniak. And then Yuri Keulen is on the charge in front. Alistair Brownlee played it calm at the start of the race. He sat back, but now he's the one who's made the decision to push across to Yuri Keulen. We can also see last year's big surprise packet, Peter Heinrich, has now gone past what was Kasper Stepniak for third. So Alistair Brownlee and Peter Heinrich are the two who are reacting to this move from Yuri Keulen.
Can only dangle a carrot in front of Alistair Brownlee for so long, and he has taken it. He's a purebred racer, and that's why we love him. That's why we appreciate his style. Some consider it reckless, but that's how he's become the legend that he is. He's dominated the sport for many years, and struggled with injury and all sorts of other things in the most recent past, but he's yet to bridge up to Yuri Keulen, who's getting into the aero position here, dominating the streets of Singapore.
Belinda, just how many new fans will Yuri Keulen have from being the one who was brave enough to break away from the front of the race, start animating the race, not just get caught up in that group dynamic?
Oh, look, obviously quite a few. And what he's also going to do is a lot of those people out there that were probably not so kind to Yuri in the way that he races in the past, it's quietened them as well, because he really has taken the bull by the horns here in this race. Great to see. He's a really great young athlete. He's on a brand new bike. Have been told, unlike most of the other riders here who have chosen tyres more for their durability, he's actually riding 30mm tyres here today. So he's riding more for performance, and I think he's the only one on course right now riding those 30mm tyres. So interesting fact, it's working for him so far. I can see that Brownlee is desperately trying to bridge across. He knows that if he can get up there and get away with Yuri Keulen, that puts him in a very, very good position coming into transition.
Yeah, absolutely. And these guys, I mean, they're seasoned pros. They really want to be there. Alistair Brownlee here, 7th ranked bike. I'm not quite sure how he got that stat. I mean, he is definitely one of the best and one of the most aggressive riders out there. And he's coming back to fitness. He didn't have a long block going into Miami, but the past 5 weeks, obviously having spent some time in Malaysia, getting heat adapted, all the things that Alistair Brownlee perhaps isn't as famous for, but he is a Rio Olympic gold medalist, and I tell you what, it wasn't cold there, so he can deal with the heat when he's onto it.
He's also won multiple WTCS races in Madrid when it was 30, 35 degrees Celsius. He's won 2 times there in the heat. So, yeah, one of those things where maybe not seen as a specialist in the heat, but has shown multiple times in his career that he can do it in the heat.
Yeah, funny enough you mentioned Madrid. That's one of my earliest memories with Alistair Brownlee when he absolutely steamrolled myself, but also the rest of the field.
Oh, and look at this. We've got Sam Long.
Turn-ups.
Sam Long. So Sam Long about to take a few more victims as
Brad
we anticipated.
Weiss, that is.
And Fred Funk just up ahead too. This will be interesting. Does Sam Long go past Fred Funk and just blow past him, or can Fred Funk sit on his wheel? This seems like quite an awkward position here for Fred Funk. A lot of us would have seen the deficit he had out of T1 and thought, okay, he'll just ride across to that front group, but doesn't seem to be happening. He does seem to be going a little bit backwards, and Sam Long has got right up to him now. So a big moment in Fred Funk's race. Can he sit on him? Can
Look
Sam
at
Long
that.
take him
It's
to the front?
not even attempting to. Look at the difference in their cadence. You can see that Sam Long is really attacking this climb up over the bridge here, while Frederick Funk sitting down in the saddle, low cadence, not really looking like he's pushing the pedals at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw Fred Funk and he had a very low cadence, so he was really trying to muscle those pedals over. Whereas you saw Brad Weiss just behind, as we now get a shot to see, yes, he is indeed trying to stay with him. Would be great if that motorbike could get out of the way so we can have a fair race. And here we have, making a good effort to close the gap, and the three of them working together.
I think this is Fred Funk's race. If he can't get taken to the front of the race by Sam Long, it's going to be a very long, hard day for Fred Funk. And I know Fred well enough to know that if Sam Long comes past him, he's not going to just let him go. If he can, he'll dig in and fight. And if he can't, well, we see that he's the third-ranked cyclist based on today's field. If he can't sit with Sam Long here on the bike, it's,
This is, no, Jack, this is make or break for Frederick Funk right
Absolutely.
now. We are watching this now. If he cannot get on the back of Sam Long, then I hate to say it, but Fred Funk's race is over. You can see he's desperately trying now, sitting right on that 20-metre mark. He needs to keep eyes on Sam Long.
We do apologise once again for the lack of graphics. We are having some technical difficulties here in the brutal conditions. Leaderboard, graphics and all updated information. As soon as it's here and available to us, we will get it out to you. Myself, Jan Frodeno and Belinda Granger will do our best to keep you up to date with what's happening in the race today though.
Well, we do have a little bit of information that these guys at the last stand were about 3.5 minutes behind. So that gap has increased significantly since the swim, but it hasn't for Sam Long. On the contrary, however, that means he's only closed down about 30 seconds to the front. So that is a first kind of indicator that the pace is actually quite quick.
And that's interesting that you bring that stat up, Jan, because I was talking to Sam this morning before the start, and last year in this race, he didn't make up any time at all over the first 4 laps. It wasn't until the last 4 laps, so halfway through the bike, before he started seeing significant chunks of time to the men in front. So it'll be interesting to see, like you said now, 30 seconds, that's not very much at all, but let's see towards the latter stages of this bike ride whether he is able to start taking chunks of time out of the men up front.
Interesting to see that, or good to see that there is a bit of a, well, let's see if it'll be an alliance or if the two, Frederick Funk and Brad Weiss, can just benefit a little bit from Sam Long pulling the pace and hopefully bringing these riders a little bit closer to the front.
eyes on Alistair Brownlee here as he does try to make his charge across to Yuri Keulen. He has put a bit of time to the chase pack behind him, which does contain Kyle Smith, Mika Newt, Peter Heinrich, Kasper Stepniak, Jason West and Aaron Royal. He's only about 12, 15 seconds on my stopwatch here to Yuri Keulen. That's close, and it is closer than what he was. This long out and back section is one section where you will get eyes on it. So let's get the stopwatch on there. It's at 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds as he eyes him. So Alistair's going to know this is about 15 seconds. That will motivate Alistair. These long out and backs are where Alistair Brownlee probably has a little bit of an advantage over Yuri Keulen, whereas the steep climbs probably do favour Yuri. So Alistair being able to get eyes on Yuri at these long straights, that is an important part of this course and will motivate Alistair Brownlee and help him get across the gap, Belinda.
But you know, it's also, I think, is it starting to become a little bit frustrating for Brownlee, because this gap, it hasn't got any smaller. It looks like it's staying the same. You know, he's putting in so much effort to try and bridge himself up there, but that gap is staying the same, if not actually blowing out by a few seconds. As you can see, Yuri Keulen now at one of the aid stations, getting in as much hydration as possible. It's so important that these men hydrate and continue to do so all day long.
Rachel does join us once again with second place yesterday at T100 Singapore and the Queen of Triathlon herself, Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Exactly that, Jack. Yeah, Lucy's alongside me. I mean, Lucy, firstly, Yuri here, he is doing something which he expected, but maybe not the rest of the triathlon world. Did you expect him to go out like this?
No, he's certainly putting down a statement here, which I love to see. Like, I'm an athlete who loves to take the race and just push it, and he's doing that. And I think obviously Alistair's just behind him here, and the best case scenario is that Alistair can catch up to Yuri and then they can work together and really grow that gap on the group. But yeah, it's great to see Yuri really taking this race.
What do you make as well of an athlete like Yuri, who actually on Thursday to me, when I asked him about his kind of plans for this season, he said, I'm going to win it. I'm going to win not just here, but I'm going to win the T100 series. How much do you love it when an athlete comes out and speaks so confidently and at such a young age?
Yeah, you love to see it. Like, I love the confidence, and I think if you've got that confidence, you are going to do better. So if you believe it, then it's going to happen. So yeah, I love to see that he's taken that confidence and he's riding so well.
We don't often hear athletes talking so openly though, do we, on broadcast? They kind of try and be a bit cagey. That to me shows that he does really mean it.
Yeah, I think it shows that he believes in the work that he's doing, and he's obviously seen some good things in training, and he believes he can take that onto the race course.
How much do you know about him? Is he going to finish on the top step, or do you think others will be reeling him in?
I don't know a great deal, but I would say he hasn't got anything to lose here, so he might as well go for it and see what happens, roll the dice, and who knows, he could get on that top spot.
Exactly what you did yesterday, of course. Lucy always does that, you know, goes out really strong. Lucy, just chance obviously to reflect now, last night. Second, again, I know you always want to come here and win, but on reflection, are you happy with the performance?
Yeah, definitely super happy. I feel like I'm an athlete who likes to build throughout the season, so to have 2 good results under my belt is a nice confidence boost, but 2 second places definitely is fuel for the fire, so I want to go home and work hard and hopefully get the next position up in the next race.
We obviously saw that actually when it was coming off T2, I think it was 5:33, Ashley was back to you. How do you change that? Do you know yet? Have you spoken to your team, or how are you going to change that if we do see you in San Fran next time?
Yeah, we just keep chipping away, we keep building, we're seeing good progress in training, but we still know there's a lot of work to do, and obviously off the back of the huge injury I had at the end of last year, my running is still quite low volume, it's been very consistent, but there's a lot more in the tank there, which is exciting.
In terms of normal weeks, when you've got the run up to 100%, in terms of where you're at in training with the run, how much work are you doing right now?
Yeah, I'm probably at 50% of my normal volume, so we know it's a safe place, but we know it's not the place where I can be super competitive on that run. So yeah, again, it's exciting to know there's still more in the tank there.
Evan, your manager, came on yesterday. He was talking about the race suit. Did it help? He was saying you were still trialling it in terms of kind of heat, temperature and performance. What did you make of it?
Yeah, for its good first outing and in these conditions, it really put it to the test, and yeah, super happy. So I'm off to meet the team at Rise-On early next week, and yeah, I think we're going to make it official after a good result in the first race.
And you've obviously done 2 of these now. Not every athlete has done. Are you still aiming to do all of them? Are you going to pick and choose a little bit if you do kind of keep results going your way?
Yeah, I'm feeling in good shape. I think my main goal this season is to stay healthy. So if I'm healthy, then I want to be on the start lines. And it's still 8 weeks until California, which is quite a good, decent block of time. But we'll see. I know that the home race in London really excites me. So maybe I'll have a bit longer to train for that one.
And you have focused your entire season around the T100. Why? Why is it so special to you?
Yeah, it's just exciting. I mean, to be racing the top women, it's what I've always wanted to do in my sport, in my career. And I've always picked the races where the top athletes come and compete. So this series does that. Every race you're tested and you know exactly what you need to work on when you go away from each race. And I think that's going to make me a better athlete ultimately.
Exactly. Well, the men are still very much out there. Conditions are still sweaty. Lucy, I know you have a flight to catch, so good luck with testing over in Germany.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, hearing from our second place from yesterday, and while that interview was taking place, we had some big changes out on course. The biggest news of the day, Sam Laidlow is now out of the race. He has stopped his bike and he has stepped off the course. So we know it was right near the turnabout, right near transition that he stepped off the course. Ben Canute has also fallen out of that lead group, so down to 9 athletes. Jason West is just teetering on the back of that group. I said that this would be the case, that, oh my gosh, I knew it would start to fall apart, but we still have Jason West just teetering off the back. We've got this man, Yuri Keulen. He is the reason that this is happening. He is riding so incredibly well off the front. We know that it's down around 13 to 15 seconds now back to Ali Brownlee, and an extra 21 to Mika Nut. So this race really starting to open up. As you see Brownlee on screen now, that gap has really opened up between him and Yuri Keulen. Honestly, Jack, Yuri Keulen is having the race of his life.
And it's just funny because I would have said before the race, if Yuri Keulen got a gap and then Alistair Brownlee tried to bridge it, would he be able to get there? I would have said, yeah, 100% Alistair Brownlee would probably be able to bridge the gap to Yuri Keulen. But it's been about 15 kilometres of him trying to bridge the gap now, and he's still hovering right around that 15, 20 seconds. In fact, the latest check, it was actually more like 25 seconds, which shows Yuri's extended it by about 10 seconds. This race, it was... Everyone at the front yarn they were all together. It was cat and mouse. Everyone was looking at each other. Yuri went and established himself at the front. Then Alistair went. And now we have some big gaps here. We have a big group behind with Mika Nut and Kyle Smith and Aaron Royal. They're all about a minute back from Yuri Keulen at the front of the race. So he really is extending this gap now.
It's just absolutely mind-blowing how this race has unfolded. All the predictions are off. And that's the beauty about racing. You know, we've been talking and philosophizing for the last 3 days since we've been here. Possible scenarios, who was going to be riding with whom, and exactly like we thought, you know, if anything you would have thought, could Yuri close the gap to Alistair? No, right now it's the other way around, and Alistair is, you know, struggling to bridge right up to him so that they can have that benefit of working together. There are other riders that I would have seen at the front, but he is absolutely flying out the front.
And it does speak to the fact that these T100 courses have some variants that suit different athletes. We saw Yuri Keulen, he was struggling to hold on at the bike in Miami, and when Magnus Ditlev ultimately decided to drop him, he did that, and that really isolated Yuri Keulen and put him in a position on the bike where he couldn't win the race. But now we look here at this hot, humid, brutal, hilly course in Singapore, and we're about to get eyes on Alistair Brownlee and Yuri Keulen. And we can see, compared to last time, that gap has extended by about 5 to 10 seconds. And Yuri Keulen's now getting eyes on that, and he sees Alistair, who's now being caught by Mika Nut and Kyle Smith. So Yuri Keulen's the one that's still pulling away.
He is, Jack, but the biggest thing that this has done is we no longer really have a group. This group is starting to disintegrate. It was originally a group of 9 or 10, and then it's gone down to 8 to 7, and really the group that no longer looks organised. Yuri Keulen really is having the race of his life. He came into this race, as we said, with a really positive attitude. He's on a new bike, he's got new sponsors, and you can just see that he came in full of confidence and ready to absolutely let it rip today.
And we did see that finally at the very back. Here we go, as we get eyes on Mika Nut, who is also trying to stay a part of that pack. You know, they're all together, have the same objective to try and lose Jason West, but Jason West has gone off the back.
Jason West has definitely been dropped from this group. This is Mika Nut now trying to catch Alistair Brownlee. So Mika Newt currently in third place with only Alistair Brownlee and of course Yuri Keulen in front, and you can see he is driving so hard. I spoke to his coach actually only this morning and he said Mika was not going to do anything too crazy. He's the youngest we have on field at 23 years of age, and he said he really wanted to do well today, but he didn't want to spike his heart rate too much. But right now, I dare say he is spiking his heart rate to get up and around Alistair Brownlee.
And I feel like none of these rankings are actually doing him justice. He's just such a new athlete on the field that probably he hasn't had enough time to adjust those kind of rankings. But right now he's showing his prowess as a cyclist. To ride up to Alistair Brownlee, I can vouch for, is no slouch. That is hard work, and he's closed that gap.
And we saw last year here at Singapore, Mika Newt was probably the most aggressive rider for the first 40 kilometres before Peter Heinrich took over. To see Mika Newt sort of taking his time is no real surprise, given that last year he did blow up so badly, given how hard he went on the bike. So I think talking to him all week, the big thing for him was patience. He wanted to be aggressive, but patiently aggressive, and we are seeing that today. We're 45 kilometres into the bike, so we've still got 35 kilometres to go. At this stage last year, he'd already burnt most of his tickets, and ultimately that came back to bite him. You saw here, when he did get to Alistair Brownlee, he made the decision not to go around him. Instead, he started stretching, limbering up, looking around, almost taking a micro break before deciding what he does next.
Interesting enough, he is also the only one I've seen chosen to put on socks. So he actually would have lost a little bit of time in first transition, which will be his benefit in transition 2 because everybody will put on socks.
And another interesting thing with Mika, we know that last year he spent some time in Phuket in order to try and get that heat training in. He got a little bit sick there last year, so he chose this year not to do the same. He actually came to Singapore about a good 1 week to 10 days ago. He's been staying in a homestay here, who's been taking care of him and with his mother, so it's great to see him here with his mum. But he said he's been getting his meals cooked, so they're staying with a local family, and he's really settled into the Singaporean way of life, and you can see that definitely the climate is not doing him any injustice. He really is handling the heat very, very well. But he's also, I'm really surprised that he's racing such a controlled race. You know, being young, 23 years of age, sometimes you can be a little silly and you can take risks that you might not otherwise take if you had a little bit more racing maturity. But right now, Mika is showing racing maturity far beyond his young years.
You mentioned he had his meals cooked for, which is quite a phenomenon, because Mika Newt is, I think, the athlete who eats the most I have ever seen anyone eat. None of us are ever afraid of a buffet. I mean, you know, we're all black belts at a buffet, but Mika Newt takes it to another level.
Having dinner with him the other night, Jan, I flew in here, he messages me, he said, hey, let's go to dinner. And I said, yeah, sounds good. You haven't eaten already? And he goes, no, my second dinner. And then we got to dinner and I said, how many calories have you eaten today? As he decides to finally make the pass here on Alistair Brownlee after sitting in and taking on some calories like we're talking about. I said, how many calories have you eaten today? And he goes, 7 to 10,000, just like every day. So, yeah, Patient X, as we call him, has got a big belly and he loves food.
Well, it's fantastic because he's going to need that energy as him and Carl Smith both come around Alistair Brownlee. I think Alistair, quite frankly, you would have seen that he's not making that much of a dent in terms of the overall lead. And he's probably taken the tactical decision to wait for at least 2 other riders to try and close this gap for the magnificent performance that we're seeing at the front of this race.
Now, boys, we knew that we were going to get a scenario today where the stronger bikers, it would probably take them 3-4 laps around that halfway mark. We knew that those stronger riders would really start to force the pace and that this group would break up. What we didn't expect was to see Yuri Keulen off the front. As you can see, good to see Peter Heinrich. He had such a great race here last year, leading the race for majority of the day. And it was Christian Blumenfeld who was the only athlete able to overtake him right towards it in the run. But just incredible to see. Yuri Keulen was not one of the athletes, but you can see right now on screen, Jason West, who was in that group, he is now isolated. We spoke about it before, he was just starting to teeter off the back of that group, but you can see he is now well and truly been blown right off the back of that group. He is riding in no man's land. It's a horrible feeling when you've been in a group and slowly but surely that elastic band just starts to break, and now he gets to see these other athletes and see just how much of a gap there is.
eyes on Jason West here, who is about 1 minute and 40 seconds down from the lead of Yuri Keulen. Now, we're just verging on 50 kilometres into the bike, so that's 30 seconds left, 30 kilometres left in this bike ride. You can see if we look at his stats today relative to everyone else in the field. The 8th fastest swimmer, we saw that's about exactly where he came out of the water. The 18th fastest bike rider, well, we're seeing that he's only 1 minute 40 down with 30 kilometres to go. And the big important fact is that he's the fastest runner in the field. So if Jason West could hold this gap at 1 minute 40, 2 minutes, even 3 minutes, it's still highly likely that he can run himself back into the field. So it's not actually as bad a position for Jason West as it looks. Eyes back to Mika Newt here, as we saw about 3 kilometres ago, making that pass on Alistair Brownlee to take charge in second position in this chase group that's established itself coming after Yuri Keulen. They're about 45 seconds down on him. It's Mika Newt driving it, Kyle Smith in second once he passes Alistair Brownlee. Then Brownlee slots into third, and we end up seeing that Kasper Stepniak and Peter Heinrich sit in with Aaron Royal pulling up the tail of the field. 45 seconds, 50 seconds down on Yuri Keulen. This is a strong chase group, Belinda and Jan, but they are struggling to pull any time into him.
I think it was just really disorganised. I think now that they've established this group with the likes of Brownlee, Kyle Smith, Mika Newt, I mean, these are strong riders. And if they can start working together legally, as Peter Heinrich also goes past, we might start to see them take some time out of Yuri Keulen up front. It just looked very disjointed before, but now we have got a solid group. Every single one of the men in this group is an incredible rider in their own right. As we can see, Sam Long doing what Sam Long does best, just starting to overtake. That's Daniel Beckergaard that he is now overtaking. Have a little chat to each other. As they go back, you can see the shake of the head from Daniel Beckergaard. I'm sure that means he just isn't feeling it today. Sam Long, on the other hand, looks fantastic as he continues to climb.
Little smile over his
Little
shoulder.
Smile, that's right. I mean, this is exactly what Sam Long does best, you can see. And what a great feeling, what a great position for Sam to be in. You can see more and more of the men up front. He's just plucking them off one by one.
And here we are back with Jason West. Now, let's remember, he's, last I heard, was about 100 seconds, so 1 minute and 40 down. He's lost that time in a very small amount of kilometers. He held on for long. You know, we were all surprised, but after 30 kilometers, he was still in the field. We are here currently now at just over 50k or on 50k, meaning he's lost that time in about 20 kilometers. So
crazy.
that is a testament to the pace up the front, of course. But let's not forget, he is comfortable in this position. He has been in this position many times, and he's comfortable in the conditions here, as he proved, of course, last year, finishing on the podium.
So, what type of deficit are we talking about? We saw in yesterday's race with Ash Gentle, you know, it was around that 5.5 minute mark, and we were wondering, is it possible, isn't it possible? Realistically, knowing who's up front right now, and I know it's early days, realistically, what sort of deficit is he able to have?
Yeah, a question I would love to ask both of you, because one I was thinking of, as you said it, Belinda, 50k into the bike, 30k left, he's 1 minute 40 down. I mean, Jason West coming 4 minutes off the lead of this bike, it's not out of the realm of possibility that he can get back up to the podium, if not win. Yuri Keulen out in front, the one pushing the pace, is who I look at as probably the second fastest runner in the field, if not the fastest runner in the field. So that's a really interesting gap. How much does Yuri need? I mean, if they come off the bike together, I might have thought it was going to be a good battle. So any gap to Jason West for Yuri Keulen, I believe, makes this run super fun and exciting.
And look at him now on screen. He still looks so smooth. And look at, he's not getting out of the saddle, staying down in that position. Now he comes up out of the bars. He still looks good. He's looking around. He's not breathing heavily. You know, we saw with, like you said earlier on, Jan, with Sam Laidlow taking those really deep breaths. He still looks well and truly under control.
He did indeed, and here we have Alistair Brownlee now slotting in behind Mika Newt. Carl Smith taking the bull by the horns up at the front. Again, I know he is very focused on trying to have you know, some patience to go and make sure that he's gonna have the best last 6 kilometers on the run. So he's definitely trying to leave something in the tank. But as we can see with the overall pace, you know, it's definitely, it's hot. From we can see from the stats, Sam Long's not losing and is not gaining any time. He's picking up people, but Yuri Keulen is having the race of his life. And to be fair, I mean, he called it in his interview, and he said, you know, in these conditions, anything's possible. And he's trying to get a time gap to the back here.
Do you think he's thinking what is actually going on? Do you think he really thought that he would be in this actual predicament when you've got the likes of Brownlee, Mikanut, Kyle Smith, one of the strongest cyclists in the game, that they would have that, he'd have that sort of gap on them, as we can see Peter Heinrich also making his move now. So these are 4 incredibly strong athletes. Do you think Yuri's thinking, what are they doing? Why aren't they up here with me? Or you think it was planned from the get-go?
Not planning, but I think Yuri is a dreamer. You know, he looks at these guys, he looks at the men that we have on screen here, and there's no doubt in his mind that at least one day he can beat them. And today is a good day. You know, today is a good day to start that record, and it's incredible. But we could see he was just trying to get a time split in order to see that the effort is putting in. You know,
paying off.
He's paying off, and it helps. It helps to see that you're getting a gap. He's out there by himself. And of course, whenever you're out by yourself out the front, you're wondering, are the guys behind me just able to benefit that little bit extra from sitting in and, you know, saving their beans for when the time to run comes around. But he is out there and seeing daylight, and there is nothing more motivating and nothing more beautiful when you are flying and you've got a day and you know you've got everyone on the ropes.
We did see something interesting, which was Peter Heinrich as he comes on screen, perfect timing. Up that climb, which is the steepest, sort of toughest climb of the day, he went from 5th to 2nd. He didn't just go past Alistair Brownlee, he also went past Kyle Smith and Mikanut to take charge of this race. He took charge of this race about 40 kilometres in last year, and about 55 kilometres in he's done the same here of this chase group. It'll be interesting to see, Belinda, is this the Peter Heinrich of last year? Is he the one who can bridge the gap to Yuri Keulen and finally take charge of this chase group with Mikanut, Kyle Smith and Alistair Brownlee? Or is Yuri Keulen just on the day of his life on the bike, and we're going to get a look of it here?
What a shot. You know, this is the first chance that he gets to see just how far back that group is. He gets to eyeball them all. But you're right, Peter Heinrich is an interesting character. You know, he had a couple of really, really bad years. So bad that he almost decided to pack it in. He was going to hang up his race shoes. Every race something was going wrong. It was DNF after DNF. And then he finally came out and had that incredible race here last year. If we have the Peter Heinrich of last year, then yeah, he is dangerous. And he knows that he needs to limit that gap to Yuri Keulen if he's got any chance of taking that top spot.
Pretty crazy that Aaron Royal and Kasper Stepniak are staying on the back of this group as well. They're guys who are great on their day, but not always the strongest cyclists in World Triathlon. I think this course suits both of them. Kasper had a great day at Miami, Aaron not such a good day. Aaron was having a good day here last year before he had a mechanical, and all week has been pretty confident in his ability to put down a good showing today, and we're seeing it. Aaron Royal riding with this group, you know, staying in control. He hasn't gone to the front once, he's just stayed patiently at the back. I think this is a really solid performance by both Aaron Royal and Kasper Stepniak to stay in this group.
No, I completely agree. And the thing with Aaron Royal, the conditions, he's from Australia, he's used to these conditions, he races very, very well in these conditions. Last year he actually crashed. So he crashed his bike and still managed to finish in 8th place. And he's in good form. And the thing with Aaron is what he might lack in natural speed and ability, because he's one of the older athletes racing there today. I'm not saying he's old, but he is one of the older athletes. Why
are you looking at me?
Oh, you know. Hey, everyone here is younger than I am, so don't worry about that. But what I do know about Aaron is that he races really, really tactically. He's a very, very clever man, and he knows his limits, and he knows exactly what he needs to do to get the most out of himself. So he's playing it very, very safe here. You can see he's keeping 20 metres off the back of this group. He doesn't want to get himself into any trouble. And yeah, he's playing the smart game right now.
We do apologise again for the lack of graphics on your screen. Belinda Granger, Jan Frodeno and myself will do our best all day to keep you up to date with what's going. Currently we have Yuri Keulen out in front, followed by this big chase group. We're looking at Aaron Royal at the back of it, Kasper Stepniak in front of him, Alistair Brownlee in front of him. Then we have Mikanut and Kyle Smith, with Peter Heinrich being the one leading the charge.
Here we go, and Yuri Keulen doing his thing out the front. Again, it's impressive to see just where he's come from And I really do think that's the sign of a great athlete, somebody who can take adversity, somebody who can take negative comments and then go on and turn them into a strength. You know, I feel that's the sign of good things to come, because, you know, triathlon is obviously a huge physical demand. There is a lot out there, but in the end, everybody's training hard. Everybody's putting in the hours and getting to the best physical ability. But the athletes that can turn the negative comments into fuel. You know, the great Simon Whitfield always used to say it's 98% of the good reasons and 2% is for the, how do I politically correct put this, for the not so nice people in the world. For all the people who say you can't do it, for everybody who turns you down. And I think Yuri has definitely got a bit of fire in his belly and a point to prove.
Now these are interesting stats on screen. Carl Smith, you can see, definitely ranking higher than 12. But it's because he hasn't done a lot of racing. Oh, that is Carl Smith, but that is not Carl Smith that we're seeing, that is Peter Hemrick. But if you look at Carl Smith's stats, ranked number 10, cycling number 12 and running 17th. But just so you don't get confused, that is Peter Hemrick on the right of screen with Yuri Keulen on the left. Now we are getting some reports out on course, and thank you to all of our fantastic spotters on course, that Sam Long is starting to struggle with a bit of stomach cramps. So we know that he's putting in a lot of effort to try and chase these men up front down. And there's been word out on course that he is suffering a little bit from stomach cramps. Jan, something that's very, very normal in these sorts of race conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he seems to be suffering that much that Yuri Keulen is actually now putting time into him. That's what we've heard from the spotters out on the course. But that is the danger of pouring that much ice into your suit, because the temperature regulation in and around your organs is obviously critical. And when you've just got a bucket of ice, it just, you know, creates a freezing environment. It's obviously muscle cramps and all these kinds of things. But a stomach cramp is one of the biggest dangers in these kind of conditions. You're trying to get in salt, you're trying to get in nutrition, but all the dehydration plays a huge factor. And that's one of the keys to managing hot races such as this one.
And honestly, did you ever think there'd be a time where we would be saying Yuri Keulen is stretching that gap out over the likes of Sam Long? I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't think I would ever be sitting here saying such a thing.
Struggling Sam Long or not, Yuri is definitely putting down the hammer. I mean, he's gone on that little out and back bit, and we're only just now starting to see the chase group of 6 who are coming in from behind, and the gap looks like it's blown out to a full minute. I'm not sure I would be confident giving this man a minute going into a run course, as he's very smart. Oh, slowing down here to try and grab the bottles. Oh no.
Chelsea from yesterday. He didn't get one. Redemption for Chelsea Sodaro.
Right down 4 bottles. That was despite slowing down. He's got a little bit of something left. That's unfortunate, but you know, because it's so hot, all these bottles have condensation, and they're hard to grab. And again, judging by his interview right now, he's probably just turning this into more anger. And that's one of the most powerful things. If you as an athlete...
Let's count them.
We've got 1.
He's missed 3.
It took a long time.
1. Here goes another one.
2.
Oh, no.
3. 4. And the final one.
Was that the same as Chelsea yesterday?
5.
I think Chelsea was 5 yesterday.
5.
That's 5 today for Yuri Keulen.
And you can see the last volunteer took a bit of pity because they've been told not to run with the athletes. And he took a few steps just to give him a little edge on. But here we are. He's got some nutrition in his frame. It wouldn't be cold anymore. But yeah, it is that moment when as an athlete you can turn anger into forward motion. That was a huge breaking point for me, and I'm pretty sure Yuri Keulen is mastering that right now.
Now, we look at Yuri Keulen leading the way. We know he's got around a minute, just over a minute now on that chase group. But we talked about Jason West, so while we can see what a great shot of Yuri Keulen, Jason West, last year he was 4.5 minutes, 4:32 to be precise, down coming into T2. Right now, at 55 kilometres, he's 2:17 down, so nothing is impossible. We know Yuri Keulen is a very, very good runner, but boy, oh boy, do we have a race on our hands right now.
So we're seeing to the left of your screen the points leading into T100 Singapore following our first race in Miami. Magnus Ditlev, who unfortunately had a crash about 4 days out from the race, he is leading the T100 World Tour at the moment with his big win in Miami. Sam Long, who we are getting reports of, is struggling out in the bike course. He came second at Miami and does sit in second place. Matis Margia, he wasn't able to join us this week at Singapore, but is in third place. The big story is Yuri Keulen. He's in fourth place in the leaderboard. He was not even a contracted T100 athlete. He took his chance at Miami. He got a late call up as a wild card and he finished fourth there. And here we have him, only 3 weeks later at Singapore, leading the charge. This is a guy who wasn't even supposed to be on tour. That's what the T100 Tour is all about, taking your chances when you get them, and no one is doing that better than Yuri Keulen.
And this is why I love the whole wildcard system, because honestly, the wild cards right now are absolutely shining. You've got Kyle Smith up there, Yuri Keulen leading the race. It's brilliant.
As we get some magnificent pictures here of the Singapore CBD, it's just, this city, it's beautiful, it's busy, it's everything you want in a major city. Jan, tell me a little bit about your experience this week here in Singapore.
Yeah, it's been interesting because I took my bike out just because I wanted to see a little bit more. You know, I really enjoy exploring cities by bike. When you go out early morning, you get a different kind of view. And the training facilities here have been amazing. There are a lot of roads connecting the paths, connecting local parks, sorry. There are plenty of pools, 50-meter outdoor, beautiful settings, and of course plenty of parks to run in. And that's where these guys have been doing their prep locally. If they haven't gone out to the air-conditioned gyms, just to try and stay out of the heat a little bit. I mean, the heat humidity is definitely something else. I ran 10K this morning and it came back and looked like I just had a shower. And again, that was this morning along with the age groupers at 7:30. These guys are out here in the heat of the day. We see the sun coming back out, and I cannot emphasize just what kind of a difference a bit of cloud cover makes. It's so pleasant, whereas right now it's the brutal maximum heat of the day, and the only one it doesn't seem to have any effect on is Yuri Keulen.
Yeah, he really is handling these conditions so well. And while it's only around 32, 33 degrees Celsius, we know it feels like about 36 to 38 degrees Celsius down on ground. But Yuri having such a great race. You know what, we know he's in great run form too. Earlier this year he ran a 1:05 half marathon in Barcelona. He's really been working on his run. He also been working very hard on his swim. He got himself out today in a really good position. So everything that he's done this year so far has proven to be working a treat, because he is looking the goods.
And I think this Singapore course has every element that Yuri Keulen would want, Belinda. What are the elements that suit Yuri Keulen? Well, heat, definitely. The hotter it is, the better Yuri Keulen performs relative to those around him. Hills. The more hilly a bike course, the better Yuri Keulen rides relative to those around him. A course where it's a battle of attrition and a tough conditions all day and a brutally hot run, that suits Yuri Keulen as well as anyone. But he's not just sitting back and letting those things, letting those things dictate how the race goes. He's actually taken the bull by the horns, and the course suits him, sure, but he's just riding aggressively and racing aggressively and with a mindset of someone who wants to go and win, not just let the win come to him.
And he doesn't look like he's struggling. I mean, he looks like he's working hard, but from his facial expression, he looks like he's within himself, as we see him powering on the little downhill here. For those of you wondering what that is between his shoulder blades, that is the GPS sensor that all these athletes are wearing, so that there's more accurate timing. And here, Yuri making the use of the downhill.
So we're 61 kilometres into the bike ride here, 19 kilometres left, and Yuri Keulen has a 1 minute lead to quite a big second chase pack that involves Mika Newt, Kyle Smith, Peter Heinrich, Alistair Brownlee, Kasper Stepniak and Aaron Royal. And a big story in today's race. Early on in the bike, Sam Laidlow went to the charge. He led for about the first 20 kilometres. Sam Laidlow then disappeared from our screens. It turns out he has stepped off the bike and DNF'd. And we are joined by Rachel, who's joined by him.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. I wanted to go and ask Sam if he wanted to talk, because I think it's really important for athletes to give their version of events out there. So, Sam, I'm giving you the microphone, basically, and just letting you tell everybody, you know, what went wrong out there today.
Yeah, sucks to be here. I was there last year with you, and I am again, so yeah, I won't lie, it's a tough pill to swallow, but yeah, talking about swallowing, I just couldn't take anything down, so I was just chucking up the whole bike, and yeah, just my stomach's not in a good place, and unfortunately at this level of racing, yeah, didn't work out. After an hour of racing, couldn't get my heart rate up, and yeah, it's just how it is, I guess. But yeah, it's a tough day.
Were you aware there might be some problems coming into that, or was it very much it just happened out there on the race course today?
No, I was confident. I felt better than Miami and felt fit and healthy. But yeah, you just never know, I guess.
Hopefully it's not an underlying problem and we see you back to your best very soon. Thanks for chatting to us, Sam.
Hope the boys' race goes well.
Thank you.
Jan, how hard would that be to come in there and to, you know, obviously it's the last thing you want to be doing. Sam wants to be out on course. He was leading this race at one point in time and, of course, early into his day.
Yeah, it is so important. I cannot overemphasize the importance of finding closure with that kind of thing. You know, that's going to eat away at you if you don't deal with it straight away. You know, it always helps to just speak about it, get it off your mind. You're still going to be angry and you're still going to be unhappy with the situation, but just in terms of your overall mental perspective, you can find some sort of, you know, public closure with it, not having to deal with that any further. I mean, nowadays with social media, things are always on and you're always going to get comments, but just for yourself, I always found it hugely helpful to just get it over and done with. As we see this chase group here with 4 boys currently by the looks of it, and then there seems to be a little bit of a gap. Peter Heimrich, I wouldn't say he would let much of a gap grow, and Aaron Royal seems to be dangling just off the back, and so it looks like they are well spaced out here. I think that's also due to the pace. I think early on everybody was trying to be conservative. Here we see a race referee coming in. He's probably speaking to everybody, you know, letting them know that, yeah, showing presence. I think that's also one of the important things. It's already enough if you see a referee. Nobody wants to see that. And that's what the ref is doing right here. He does have a visual in terms of if athletes are too close or not. That is that flashing light that you can see at the back of the saddles. And, well, as I say that, I mean, naturally, as they're rolling into a hill, things concertina a bit, but we can see everybody's lights flashing up red again, except for Mika Nut, who, yeah, means Carl Smith is just sitting. But you see that red light flashing just at the back of Carl Smith's bike, and that's the race ranger telling the rider behind that he's just sitting a little bit too close.
I find that really interesting, Belinda, that the TO is sitting right there behind him and the entire time there's a flashing red light in front of him. Do you think that should be a little bit more than a warning, or do you feel comfortable with that?
If I was that official on the bike right now, I would be having a stern word to all of them. And that's the whole idea of Race Ranger. It gives the officials that visual to see, okay, are they within that 20 metres, are they outside? But that red light being on, that's a dead giveaway. So I would be giving each and every one of them a stern warning and saying, if you do not push back, you will get a penalty. We know that it's a 3-minute penalty if they are done for drafting, but no more playing nice. We are over halfway through. We're almost, you know, what, 20k to go left in this bike ride. These men know what 20 metres is. They've raced it before. The red lights are on. You move yourself back out of that draft zone.
Again, you know, it was the beginning of that bridge, which is a more significant kind of incline than you would. But we see right now, you know, the lights are off.
Exactly.
It definitely is, in every situation, desirable that the light stays off, or it stays, you know, either blue or orange, which indicates 22 and 25 meters respectively.
And I think that's what the tech official was doing. He was waiting there to see, okay, if this light stay on too long, then I'm going to have to do something about it. But they're off now. We're back to being good.
Back to being good, as it seems that the gap is stabilizing between this group and Yuri Keulen off the front.
So sitting here in third position, we have Kyle Smith, and we're joined once again by Rachel, who is with Team Smith.
I am indeed. I have Kira, a girlfriend of Kyle Smith. He's sitting in third. Is that what you hoped for? Is that what you expected?
Well, hope for, expected, it's really hard to say. I mean, Kyle, if you've watched a few of these PTO races before, is notorious for a very strong swim and then getting a bit too excited on the bike. So the fact that he's in third, you know, he's not on the front, he's not on the back, it's, you know, good news for me.
Has he been given any indication of how he's feeling to you out there on the course?
I think with Kyle it's always really hard to tell how he's feeling. He gave me a few kind of shaking his head.
What does that mean?
Well, honestly, we'll have to ask him at the end, but I think the main thing is that he's still riding strong. He seems to be being patient, but whether that's fatigue or patience, I'm not sure.
Give us an insight, though, into how he was feeling pre this race. I'm sure you guys sat there this morning at breakfast and he had a couple of words to say to you about how he was really feeling, about how confident he is.
I think with Kyle, he's always quietly confident. I know that coming into this race, he's had a really good preparation, both with heat prep and also with his training. But I think, you know, everyone knows coming into Singapore, it's going to be a complete unknown. Every athlete lining up on that start line, especially after seeing what happened in the women's race yesterday, is probably feeling a bit nervous.
Yeah, what do you think he learned from watching that women's race?
Honestly, I don't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing watching the women's race, because you saw, you know, some of the women really taking it out hard, and then, I mean, the winner of the day, Ash Gentle, maybe seeming to pace it, but to be honest, I reckon everyone was just in their own race at the end of the day because the conditions are really savage.
In terms of his run then, obviously we know what he can do in the swim and the bike. Has he been really working on that, and what level is he at on the run if he was to come out of this on T2? About a minute back, isn't he, to Yuri?
Yeah, so currently a minute back. Honestly, anything could happen. We saw yesterday in the women's race massive time splits between everyone. So a minute gap doesn't seem that much, but also there's only a few minutes to the people behind. So really it's all to play for, and it's what the triathlon fans at home want to see at the end of the day.
And what does being a wild card do to Kyle's mentality?
Well, I think he enjoys being potentially an underdog, maybe in the kind of triathlon media's eyes, but it doesn't change the fact that he takes that pressure on, and, you know, being a wild card, he wants to perform so that he can get invited back. So fingers crossed he can not blow up and make it to the finish line in good shape.
You're on the camera for him as well this weekend. Tell us what he asked you to do.
So Carl has a YouTube channel, so we're making kind of like a bit of a vlog on the YouTube channel for him. And then, yeah, I'm also a videographer by trade, so making some stuff for the feed. I don't know if I'm allowed to say a brand name, but yeah.
A YouTuber yourself as well. Well, go and get back to whatever job you're doing for him out on the course. Good luck,
I do
Team Kyle.
need to catch T2 now, so yeah, see you later.
Go. Thank you for chatting to us.
No worries, thanks.
So we've got eyes on Jason West here. He's 2 minutes and 45 seconds off the lead of Yuri Keulen and about a minute and 45 seconds off the chase group. That chase group, it's Alistair Brownlee, it's Mick Anoot, it's Kyle Smith, Casper Stepniak, Aaron Royal and Peter Heinrich. Jan and Belinda, both of you, Belinda, you first with Jason West and then Jan, you to the chase group. Belinda, do you think that 2 minutes 45 is possible for Jason West to run down into Yuri Keulen and the 1:45 into that chase group behind him?
I think what we're seeing now is something very similar to what we saw yesterday with Els Visser. I think he's certainly within striking distance to be able to make the podium. We know last year he was 4:32 back into T2 and he ran himself up into third place. So honestly, anything's possible, and it all depends on what happens with these men up front, whether they crumble during the run. Yuri Keulen, I mean, I hate calling things early. He doesn't look like someone that's going to crumble, and we know he's running really, really well. I don't see that happening. But can Jason West still run himself into a podium position? Absolutely.
And Jan, to you, do you think that 1 minute 45 to that chase group is too far for Jason West, or is that a gap he can bridge to that big chase group?
Well, we've seen incredible runs out of Jason West. You know, he's run several minutes faster than the rest of the field. But the current thing is that, well, for one, he's currently 3 minutes behind as we get an updated stat. And the thing is that the current podium, as it stands, you know, virtually in the race, is wildcards. We've got 3 wildcards leading the race. So for those people that don't know,
We've actually got four.
contract.
We've got four wild cards up in the top 7.
Yeah, but the podium itself is what I'm
Madness.
referring to. As we see Jason trying to get some nutrition, everybody's really struggling to grab those bottles. But, you know, that's the thing. The contracted athletes are probably the ones that are more experienced, that have got a bigger track record, that we know more of. Whereas we've got 3 athletes and a 4th in that first group that, as we like to say, chomping at the bit. They are ready to rumble. They want to make their mark on the sport. And, you know, of course, they're going to take some risks. They have to take some risks in order to break through the ranks. But that's why it's so exciting. That gap is going to grow a little bit more, I think, to Jason West. But again, I also wouldn't discount the runners in the second group. You know, Carl Smith, he can run on his day. Yes, not like Jason West. But again, Yuri Keulen, we also have to factor in that he's now been time trialing probably 50k by himself off the front. That's going to take an impact, and that's going to make his run legs a little bit heavier than we're used to.
And you just said then, Jan, that the gap has grown from Yuri Keulen to Jason West. However, for the last 20 kilometres, the gap from Yuri Keulen to that chase group behind has stayed stagnant at 1 minute. Is that, in your opinion, because Yuri Keulen has slowed down and the chase group is just holding pace with him, or is he riding just as fast as he was and they've picked up the pace a little bit to hold pace with him?
Absolutely, they've had to pick up the pace, and you can see they are more organised, they're more streamlined, and you know, they're going in a good pace line, really making sure they know that Yuri Keulen can run. There is a certain amount of time you would probably give somebody that they can ride away, but roughly about a minute is what you would give them, simply because you can save a little bit of time on the bike, but not that much either. So Yuri just taking a look over his shoulder there, looking back to see if his gap is still where he wants it to be. But again, he doesn't look troubled to me.
No, he doesn't. He looks completely in control. And just to give you a little bit of an idea, Miami, Yuri was one of the few athletes that actually ran faster than our winner, Magnus Ditlev. Jason West was able to run 2 minutes 18 into Yuri Keulen in Miami. So Yuri's already in a way better position, because we know that's blown out to over 3 minutes was the last update, was it, Jan? And so in Miami, 2:18 was the amount of time that he was able to run faster than Yuri. So Yuri really putting himself in the box seat. And you know what? You nailed it, Jan. These men that are wild cards right now, so the likes of Yuri Keulen, Casper Stepniak, Kyle Smith and Mika Nuke, they've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. They want to show the PTO that they are worthy, that they should be in this T100 series. And so hats off to them. They are really spicing this race up.
I think the biggest unknown at the front of this race right now is Yuri Keulen burning too many matches with this effort on the bike? We saw in Miami he wasn't off the front of the bike to run that time that he did, and in most of his other races where he has had really fast run times, he has actually had a group around him on the bike. This is the first time we've seen Yuri Keulen come to the front of a big race like this with a world-class field and put down a bike performance that does see him in the lead with a big gap to everyone chasing behind. So the big question now, and the story unfolding in front of us, is Yuri Keulen in control, and is he going to have the run that we expect of him, which is one of the best in the world, or is he burning through too many matches and he'll pay for it later on in the run? And that's the big story, that's the big unknown.
Either way, it looks like we have a nail biter on our hands. So we can see the graphics up here. Interesting, Sam Long, the biggest mover in the field for sure at the moment, coming from last out of the water into the top 10. Yet the deficit has not decreased that much, with 3:27 plus that 30-second penalty, which we've been told. So he's looking at a touch under 4 minutes at the moment, and he looks to have broken Fred Funk, who is just closing out the top 10.
And we were told out on course that he was struggling with those stomach cramps, so here, great to see. Oh, perfect timing, thank you so much. And not looking like he is struggling at all as he goes straight past Jason West. So early reports were that he was suffering from some stomach cramps, but there are no stomach cramps to be seen right now. That is incredible riding, and this is the Sam Long that we know and love.
He looks amazing, Belinda, and he actually has the fastest bike split to 70k out of anyone in the race. So he actually is the fastest cyclist on course, even faster than Yuri Keulen out the front. He's put almost 40 seconds into Yuri Keulen. So Yuri Keulen's ride is amazing, but Sam Long, Oh God, his bike ride in Miami and then again here in Singapore is quite simply amazing.
And Sam Long taking no prisoners here, but we can see Jason West, he's putting up a fight. He's trying to get up the hill, and that's probably his biggest chance, I would say. On the flat, he's got very little chance to stick with someone like Sam Long. But Sam Long, having seemingly recovered somewhat from the stomach cramps, that's also another trademark of a good athlete. You have to deal with adversity. Things will not go to plan. You know, it's a given, especially in a hot race. You're going to have to deal with some sort of a cramp or some sort of an issue, and Sam's obviously done that, but he is pulling in as towards the clouds from our perspective right here, powering up the bridge and creating a back.
And maybe that's why we didn't see him actually making up much time a little while ago while he was struggling with his cramps. Once he's got them sorted, which he well and truly has them sorted now, he's right back to business. And you know, that just shows the professionalism of Sam Long. He is an absolute fighter, and we know he's going to fight all the way to the finish line here today.
Of course, for all those that don't know, every finisher here is paid. So there's a paycheck for every single athlete that comes to the line. That's something new that we probably haven't seen in the past as much, you know, same as in big tennis Grand Slam tournaments. As we see a crossing over, couldn't quite tell who that was on the other side of Jason West, but yeah, he's probably slowly making sure that he is saving a little bit of energy to bring out his very, very best run legs.
This downhill stretch that you see, it is the run into T2, which we are only minutes away from. Jason West, he did, you know, that 3-minute gap, it seems like a lot, and you see Sam Long has put a lot of time into him on that downhill. It looks like the better part of, I don't know, 200 metres. That's a lot of time and does show the difference in speed that Sam Long's finding on this course compared to Jason West late into the bike.
That's the thing with these camera perspectives. I mean, it's it's definitely impressive how much time Sam Long has seemingly made up here. We do see on the graphics now Aaron Royal just leaving a little bit of a gap to that to the group. So we see he's about eight seconds behind the group, but he is very good in the heat. So I think these 8 seconds may not worry him too much, because the run, as we saw with the ladies yesterday, is generally, it's going to be a few minutes slower. I don't think we're going to see the 58s, maybe 57s that we've seen in the T100s before. I would expect more of a run time around an hour or just a little bit over for the 18K, just simply due to the conditions. As we see Yuri Keulen taking in some nutrition, he's taking in a gel, making sure he's got enough energy and probably some salts in the tank to prepare himself for T2 as he sits up, even on the downhill. Not the tactically very best move. You know, you'd really want to be in the aero position to gate every little bit of free speed. But heck, he's had one amazing ride as we see Aaron Royal climbing the bridge for the last time before he can cruise into T2 and also get ready for the run.
And you can see there's no one in sight out front, so that chase group well and truly gone now. So Aaron Royal going to have a bit of a lonely ride into transition. You can see, look at that, that time gap has really, it's spread right out. I can't see that chase group at all.
It was interesting to see Yuri Keulen use the downhill portion of this course leading into T2 to take on some fueling, some nutrition, some hydration. That's the thing with this course, it is so technical. There's a lot of fast technical sections, a lot of fast uphill sections, tough sections to take on fuel. So using that fast, long, like it's almost like a 2-kilometre stretch into T2 to take on some extra fueling and hydration, a really smart idea from Yuri Keulen, and he's choosing to sacrifice maybe a second or two of speed to prioritise his fueling and hydration.
And did you see then taking the shoes off early, so getting those ready, so really thinking really wisely, making sure the shoes are loose so he can take them off. You can see now, feet on top. He's not making any mistakes here. He'll have to get off the bike. There'll be that transition, that dismount line that he'll have to make sure that he gets off before he hits that line. As he looks back, yeah, Yuri, newsflash, you're not going to see anyone coming into transition on his own. Oh, would he what?
Jan, you talked about Lucy Charles' transition yesterday. How does Yuri Keulen look?
That was perfect.
Ooh, that was looking very smooth. He was prepared. He would be relishing in the fact that he's off by himself. And he actually looks very smooth. He looks like he's in control. He's very coordinated. Yep, that's another sign, you know, that you get your bike racked without any problems. He's putting on the socks here, which you really want to do in these conditions. Make sure you don't blister, which you would pay for on the last kilometers of the run. But this is actually his discipline. You know, this is where he was expecting to shine, and he is out in the front. He looks good. He looks determined.
Great.
And he has got a tailwind with him right now, mentally as well, being off the front. Great work. I can only tip my hat as he takes off. And here we go. We are on to the final 18K.
And I'm really impressed. We have 3 laps here today. Here we go. That chase group is in. We've got Mika Nut, Kyle Smith, Alistair Brownlee,
Kasper Stepniak, then Peter Heinrich. Jan, talk us through their T2s again. You're the T2 wizard.
All right, here we go. It looks like everybody is off to a smooth transition. Oh, Alistair Brownlee have a little bit of a fumble. Oh,
he's dropped something.
Somebody has dropped something.
That's Kasper Stepniak.
That's Kasper Stepniak. Should be hugely unfortunate, but I think he won't be penalized for that. He went back and got it. Alistair Brownlee racking his bike right here. And let's see, because remember, he spent all his ice on the first transition zone, so he's got nothing to pull him down right now. Mika Nut, as I mentioned earlier, he was the only one riding with socks, which is why he's got a significantly faster transition right now. Everybody else would have to put on socks. Oh, no, Alistair found more ice. He's gone back to the bar. As Mika Nut is already heading out, Alistair's is still cooling down. Oh, he looks a little tender, those steps.
A little gingerly, but hey, maybe he's doing this on purpose.
Into a turnaround. And ladies and gentlemen, please start your stopwatches. He has a bet, 3 minutes 40. He's not allowed to run any faster, otherwise he's buying beers for the British team. That was their way of trying to motivate him to pace this race a little bit better. And Aaron Royal must have lost a little bit more than 9 seconds in the end on that last lap, just coming in right now. He looks also worn out by that bike ride, but I'm impressed. He's done well to be this close to what is the first big group. And of course, Yuri Keulen has just pulled the fireworks out on everybody. Aaron putting some ice down his top. Oh, Yuri looking like the Terminator. Let's see if we have any relative speeds. I mean, Lucy looked strong as well, running out of transition yesterday, but he looks good. He looks in control, doing what he does best, and it's his favorite discipline, running, and he will be once again relishing that he is off the front.
Yeah, Yuri really does look very, very comfortable at the early stages of this run. 3 lots of 6-kilometre loops, as we can see Sam Long now coming into transition. What a ride from this man.
So Sam Long enters transition here. We know he has a 30-second penalty to serve. I am not sure whether he's being told that he even has that 30-second penalty here. A very clean dismount. Jan Frodeno, Lucy Charles Barclay needs to go and watch that. That was as smooth as it gets. We now need to keep our eyes on Sam Long. Will he be told about this penalty? When will he take it?
I'm not sure it's being enforced, because there's no one, there is no timer, so we know if he would have to serve it, that would be a buzzer. Maybe this decision has been overturned, but I like the fact he was already pushing into transition. He's choosing
socks.
not to put on socks.
Oh, that's gonna be
Every
brutal.
second counts, but he's an experienced racer. He knows, and if anybody has got tough feet, then it would probably be Sam Long, who's one of the most experienced racers, at least what this season goes. That stride looks good.
No 30-second penalty clearly though, Jan.
Nope. So he doesn't get a free arrest, but I don't think he wants it at the moment. He'll be happy with what he's got.
Look how good he looks leaving transition, as we see Freddie Funk. So Frederick Funk also into transition now. So not the greatest bike ride from Frederick here today. We've also got Jason West. Now here's the danger man. This is the man we want to look at. This is the time we need. We need to know exactly what time it is. That deficit from Jason West on screen now, up to our leader, Yuri Keulen.
So the final deficit would have been 2 minutes and 21 seconds from Sam Long, who is still our biggest mover in the field.
4 minutes and 7 seconds back from Yuri Keulen and Jason West, Jan.
4 minutes and 7 seconds. I mean, he did have the second fastest run split here last year, I believe, behind Christian Blumenfeld. Oh, he's taking on the cheers. He must be feeling good. fleet-footed coming out. He looks good. Fred Funk rounding out the top 10 as they stand, as we see the last athletes coming in. But even Fred Funk
looks great.
He looks good. He's obviously been preparing well. But this man looking like $1 million.
How do you reckon he's feeling right now? I'm pretty sure, I know he came into this race full of confidence, knowing that he could have a good result after his 4th place in Miami. I don't think he thought he would be in this position where he's leading right now. And you know, definitely know from experience, Jan, because you've done it 100 times. When you're out front leading a race, it's almost like you've got wings. You just find that extra energy from somewhere, and he must be feeling really, really good right now.
Well, you know, the thing I find interesting is generally there's a very fine line between being very confident and being arrogant, right? But it's this kind of performance in everyone else's eyes that turns arrogance into confidence, because it is a fine line and it's difficult to judge from the outside sometimes, and unfortunately that's what we all tend to do. But I find he's expressing his confidence. He's right now within himself and he's pacing this race. He knows he's got a gap, and he will be doing some kilometers and maths as he's got Mika Nut as his next chaser, who's already lost a bit of time.
He's actually making up a little bit of time, Jan. He's taken 6 seconds back on Yuri Keulen out in front. So Yuri Keulen, Mika Nut and Kyle Smith are our 3 fastest runners out on course, and they currently sit in 1st, 2nd and 3rd. They're running very similar, but Mika Nut slightly faster than Yuri Keulen out in front. Mika Nut is more known as a strong cyclist, and last year here in Singapore we saw he had a very strong bike ride. He came into T2 in the same position, 3rd. However, this is quite a contrast from last year. He was already falling back in the run last year, whereas now he's the fastest runner out on course and is just catching Yuri Keulen just a little bit.
So what I was referring to is actually Carl Smith, who obviously lost a bit of time in transition because he still had to put on his socks. So Carl Smith is just closing that gap ever so slightly to Mika Nut. Alistair Brownlee does not look like he's coming through to 3:40 pace right here.
Actually, hold on. 3:39 I've got on screen. 3:39. So it looks like he's buying beers. That's 1 second too fast.
And he would do that on purpose just so he's got the license to buy the beers tonight. But here we are. We see Mika Nut. He's breathing. He's focused. He's really trying to stay, absolutely laser focused. We know that due to the fact that he does love so much nutrition, he needs to take some on. As we see Josh Amberger coming into the transition, stocking up on ice. Of course, Ash Gentle's husband these days. Crazy, they've been around the circuit, both of them, for such a long time. Josh Amberger, such a good guy. His music taste is a little bit off, according to me. But
he says the same about your coffee choice, Jan.
Yeah, I'm sure he does. But he's an all-round good guy, and let's hope he can keep things together.
Clément Mignon from France also into transition now. So men starting to swap their bike shoes for run shoes. But Yuri Keulen still leading the way. We know that Mika Nut, Smith, these two are running faster than our current leader, and they both look really comfortable. I mean, Kyle Smith probably labouring a little bit more than Mick, although you can see that. Look at that, Mika Nut getting the big breath in. But both look comfortable. I mean, look, let's be honest, Jan, it doesn't matter how much in control you are. It is never, you never really feel comfortable in these conditions. You just learn to cope, to handle them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely not a thing of comfort. But, you know, Carl Smith, he is also, along with Alistair, somebody known who likes to take things out hard. And it's difficult if somebody's leading just in front of you to let that person go. But again, in absolute terms, the pace here is not that quick. Alistair Brownlee, that is probably the slowest kilometer he's ever run out of transition zone. And that is a testament to the conditions right here. It's not his fitness or anything. It's definitely something that we see Brad Weiss here being very comfortable with. He probably so far not having the race of his that he would have hoped for. He's been preparing in South Africa, so he's very much comfortable with the heat. He was looking for it to actually be a little bit hotter, but as he changes into his shoes quite gingerly here, let's see what he can still do on the run course to get a good performance.
So we've got eyes on Sam Long here. the fastest runner out on course as we speak. So Sam Long, he came into T2 about 3 minutes and 20 seconds off the lead of Yuri Keulen. He's now whittled that down. It's only 3 minutes and 12 seconds, so that's 8 seconds he's taken into Yuri Keulen after leaving T2. That makes him the single fastest runner out on course. It's only 8 seconds over the first 1.7 kilometres. Now that's not quite enough, that doesn't quite get him to the lead, but it is close. We have this battle here for second and third. Kyle Smith is just making the pass on Mick and Knut. They're both running extremely quickly. They are running about the exact same speed as Yuri Keulen, 1 minute down. Jan, these two running together, does it help them? Does it hinder them?
I think it's, for the moment, it's helpful. For the moment, it's definitely something that will help them set a sensible pace together. It just helps a little bit to judge off each other. I know they're wearing GPS watches to kind of gauge their time a little bit, although actually Mika Knut doesn't look like he is wearing a watch, so I'll stand corrected on that. But, Carl Smith certainly needs somebody to hold him back just a bit.
He almost had a little bit of a trip then.
He's young, wild and free. He has the same aspirations, not quite as vocal as Yuri Keulen, but he's here to win. And we had this conversation a couple of days ago that, take it step by step, work your way towards the podium. And right now, he would be absolutely relishing with the fact that he is, from what we can see in the graphics,
that's transition time,
that's
transition times. We know Knut was going to always have the fastest because he already had socks on. He didn't need to put any socks on heading out, and we know Sam Long decided not to put socks on, so not surprising that these two have the fastest transition times. But you can see Alistair Brownlee right there in the background. So you've got Carl Smith, Mick and Knut, with Alistair Brownlee making sure that he can keep eyesight on these two in front of him. But yeah, Sam Long running so very, very well.
And these two seem to be working well together as it stands right now. I mean, that's kind of ideal. It's early days. It's definitely early days with the predictions and all these kind of things. Heat and the toll it takes will probably come into effect a little bit later, but they seem to be getting a bit of shade out there anyways.
Now, just a little bit of an update. While we're on screen now, we can see Carl Smith, Mick and Knut looking very, very comfortable. We know on course Sam Long is running the fastest. We have been told he will need to serve that penalty, so he does have a 30-second penalty. He's been told he must serve it before he crosses the finish line. He can take that penalty on any of the 3 laps that he chooses, but he must take that penalty before he crosses the finish line. So this is going to get very, very interesting. Strategically, what do you do here? Do you take it straight away? Do you try and make up the gaps and try and catch those in front? We know he's gaining, but that 30-second penalty, all his gains are going to be taken away as soon as he serves it.
Yuri Keulen here running to the high point. It's like a little turnaround point, about a 30-metre uphill followed by a 30-metre descent. It's the only real point of elevation on the course. Yuri Keulen currently the second fastest runner out on course. Sam Long only a few seconds faster than him, as we see right now on camera. He's running only 1 second per kilometre faster than Yuri Keulen, so they are sort of holding pace with each other. Mick and Knut and Kyle Smith have dropped back just a tiny little bit to be the third and fourth fastest movers of the players right now. Jan, Sam Long, he always runs quite consistently. The pace he sort of takes out on, he doesn't tend to blow up. There haven't been too many races in recent memory where he does blow up. Where do you see him being capable of running up to here, even taking into account that he has the 30-second penalty to serve?
Well, I think with the kind of temperatures that we have here, consistency is going to be key. I definitely see some athletes dropping off later on in the run. A podium position right now feels like it would be close to a miracle, to be quite frank. I mean, it's a good 2 minutes off, and that's a lot of real estate, between there and then. But then again, we are still dealing with 3 wild cards off the front, and that doesn't take anything away from their athletic prowess. It just means that it's difficult to judge, as we see Carl Smith breathing hard at the top here. Mika Knut, he's got his head down, he's got a cooling cap on, just doing everything he can to stay calm, as we see Alistair Brownlee for the first time. And also he is getting that look of just heat strain. It's a very typical kind of look that we see amongst athletes because it hits different. You know, there's kind of exhaustion from a longer kind of exertion. There is an exhaustion from a sprint, like a surge that you would lay in, but that heat exertion just chips away at you bit by bit, and once you get your body temperature up, it's just so difficult to get it back down.
And what I'm seeing here, based off just purely the expressions of the runners, so if we have our top four in Yuri Keulen, Kyle Smith, Mika Newt and Alistair Brownlee, to me, Yuri Keulen, he looks the most relaxed and in control. Is that how you see it, Belinda?
Yeah, right now he definitely is looking the goods. He's got beautiful turnover, nice relaxed shoulders, great arm action. He's not breathing too heavily. It looks controlled. He's doing everything right so far. But, you know, I'm still really impressed with Kyle Smith and Mika Newt. Brownlee looking a little bit more strained and going further back. You know, Peter Heimrich, Stepniak, Royal, Long. And we can't forget to talk about Jason West. It'll be really interesting to see at the completion of lap 1 just what these splits are. But, yeah, so far, you're looking really good.
Leading into T2, Alistair Brownlee, a small problem which our slow motion cameras have caught. Jan, tell me what you see.
All right, so he's got to get a foot down before the red line, and oh no, don't, oh my, oh. But is his foot on the line? Oh wow.
We need the Supernova slow-mo close-up cam, Jan, on that.
We might need an accurate kind of side perspective. I mean, that is going to be one for the referees to call, but it looks like somebody's standing there with the tablet and actually analyzing that. The referees will have to look at it. Oh my gosh, it looks like Alistair Brownlee's pacing himself for the first time, and there's more suspense. This man just keeps providing. I mean,
so
I hope he just made it, but we don't know.
If that is in fact a penalty, that'll be a 30-second penalty that he would need to take on the run. We don't know that he got a penalty, but if, just for our people listening, if it is a penalty, if you do step over that line when you haven't mounted the bike, what is the procedure?
To be very frank, I was surprised it's only 30 seconds. I think that...
Or is it longer?
Could be more. I think it's quite serious if you overstep the line. But just as we had the graphics on time, on the screen there, Yuri Keulen has blown out the gap by 30 seconds as he continues to look in control and look within himself. I mean, he's definitely starting to breathe a little bit harder. But, you know, we're getting to the point that we're a few kilometers in, and every kilometer in these conditions done is a good indication of where the race will go.
Not even 5 kilometers into the run, and he has extended that lead as you talked about, Jan. It's near a minute 30 to Kyle Smith and Mika Newt here. Obviously Alistair Brownlee only 5 seconds behind at a minute 35 back. That is extended on all three of them as opposed to what they were in T2.
Look at Alistair just checking his watch. I feel like this is the first time he's done that in his life. Alistair normally just goes out and honestly, kudos to him. I think, you know, he's been pulled up on it that many times. In all the pre-interviews, race interviews, he was almost a little bit annoyed that he's led out of T2 or been second out of transition 2 every single race at the T100 and never really been able to capitalize on it.
Does he even usually wear a watch?
That's a fair question, because if it would have been for sponsors only, I don't think he's ever used the data.
But you know what? I'm impressed. He's showed great constraint leaving at T2, and he's slowly but surely reining in these two up front. The two Rise On athletes, Kyle Smith and Mika Newt. I mean, this is great running. This is smart racing from Alistair Brownlee, and I love to see it.
Yuri doing his thing off the front by himself. Honestly, the closer you get to the finish line as well, it's such an elated feeling. I mean, leading one of these races in general makes you feel like you're on top of the world, and you know, kudos to him for really taking this and making it his own.
But also getting through and completing lap 1 of 3 and seeing that you've actually extended your lead that you got off the bike, so going into T2 and now completing lap 1, 6 kilometers in, and actually seeing that lead is now extended again.
Well, we see that, but he doesn't have the data, so he doesn't have the same. He's looking for a spotter out there who can tell him But you got to remember, when you're out there by yourself, he doesn't have anyone in his ear telling him, giving him any splits. And it's quite a strange situation because everybody knows, but you're wondering because everybody's telling you look good,
Well,
despite the temperatures creeping up.
He does have his coach out there on course, so I'm pretty sure as soon as he gets close to this end of this first lap, he will be told exactly where he is.
Yuri Keulen, he went thermonuclear on the bike, and here he is, extraterrestrial on the run. This is one of the greatest performances in T100 history to this stage of the run. The big question, Jan, is whether he can hold on to it for the rest of the run. We're 5 kilometres in. We've got only a touch over 12 kilometres left. At this stage, this is the performance of Yuri Keulen's life. Can he hold on as we touch back here, base with Mika Newt, Alistair Brownlee and Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith, he had taken control of this group, but now Mika Newt has taken over and Alistair Brownlee has come back. We have had it confirmed. Alistair Brownlee has been given a penalty for his dismount a little over the line into T2, so that's 30 seconds Alistair has to serve. That works into the hands of Yuri Keulen because it makes it even harder for Alistair Brownlee behind one of his main competitors.
I do wonder though, if I'm honest, we have a good 13 kilometers to go for those guys. 30 seconds at the end of the day, I doubt whether it'll actually change the situation because I think these gaps are going to start to blow out. Whatever happens, whatever the spaces are, we can see that the gaps, even yesterday in the female race, were definitely blown out, and that's just the natural progression of a heat race.
Belinda, this is out of this world what we're seeing here from Yuri Keulen. Oh, eyes up, eyes up.
Wow.
It probably might have taken something like that to make him not win today, to be honest. Alistair Brownlee might have had to have paid that bloke a bit of money if he had gotten away, but accident avoided and Yuri Keulen runs on strong out of T2 and onto the second lap of the run. Like I was saying, Belinda, this right now is out of this world, what we're seeing from Yuri Keulen.
He just looks so in control, and you can see here right now Alistair Brownlee, Mika Newt running side by side. They've managed to just create that little bit of a gap between themselves and Kyle Smith. Kyle Smith, one of the bigger athletes today, he was a little concerned about the heat and humidity and how it might affect him. We know he's in some great run form. Braden Curry, he's been doing a lot of training with Braden back in New Zealand down in Wanaka, and Braden said he's running really, really well, but it's just this heat and humidity for a bigger unit like Kyle Smith. He's going to feel it. You can see now that these two are really starting to move away from Kyle Smith. Yuri looks the goods, I have to say. He's not breathing heavily, but these two look very, very good on screen right now as well.
Jan, you've raced Alistair Brownlee as much as almost anyone in the world.
Oh,
Tell me how he looks right now.
Oh, he's doing his penalty.
And this is actually, again, it's 30 seconds. 30 seconds is not the end of the world. He's angry right now. But Alistair, if there's ever anybody who can turn anger into speed, that's Alistair. And he can use this time just to get his heart rate down a little bit. Stand there, he's got his arms crossed over, body language is not happy. And that's what it takes. You know, he's going to get fired up, he's going to get angry, but he does have a little bit of extra oxygen in the tank. I mean, sad to see because, you know, we're talking about centimeters here. He missed centimeters getting into T2, but he's just been passed by Peter Hemerick because of that tiny mistake. Again, let's go and wait to see what happens at the end of this lap.
Jan, like I said, no one really has raced Alistair Brownlee more than you. Would that anger help him or would it hurt him?
Oh, the Alistair I know, I mean, we're talking the Alistair in his Olympic days, that would absolutely be of his assistant, you know, because he's made fun of his little brother, Jonathan Brownlee, that many times for making little mishaps. But we see Sam Long coming in to transition right here. He's got the same process to serve as Alistair Brownlee, and let's see when he chooses. It seems like the athletes have a choice to serve his penalty, and when he chooses to take that 30-second rest.
What I was so impressed, look at Sam Long trying to stir up the crowd.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, 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 that's right. What I was so impressed with Alistair Brownlee, though, he never lost his cool. We talk about anger, but he was so cool, calm and collected. And that shows me someone who's very, very experienced in short course racing. You know, in short course racing yourself, there are often 10-second penalties, 30-second penalties. In long distance racing, it's something we're not really used to as much, standing on the side there like that. For Alistair Brownlee, I thought he handled that like an absolute pro, and you can see now still trying to make up that gap from Peter Heinrich, but Yuri getting bird's eye view at exactly where his competitors are.
And the gap just continues to grow, Belinda. It's almost 2 minutes now to Mikanut. That is a huge gap, and we're not going to call this race early, but this is just out of this world by Yuri Keulen.
Yeah, there's not much you can fault at the moment. I mean, even looking at his running technique here, he looks great. He's very composed, he's mechanically sound, and you know, he hasn't even, everybody here has got their race suit open as far as it can go. Yuri's only got it halfway open, and you know, it just is a little thing, whether it's relevant or not. It's just something that I'm seeing from the outside where I'm like, he's not on the dire straits. He's not suffering to his absolute limit. He's definitely leaving a little bit in, knowing that, you know, it's not over until that lady sings.
Hey, I've got a question for both of you. We just saw Ali Brownlee take that penalty. So he obviously, as soon as he knew he had the penalty, he chose the first moment. We know that the penalty tent's right at the end of each lap. He chose to take it straight away. But what about Sam Long? Sam Long knows he's got a penalty. He knows he has to serve it. When is he going to serve it? As you can see right now on screen, Yuri Keulen, look at that heart rate, 80%, compared to Alistair Brownlee, 88%. So, wow, what a difference. You can see Yuri Keulen, just exactly what you said, Jan. Super smooth, cool, just really in control. Whereas Ali Brownlee looking like he's struggling just a little bit. But can we go back to the penalty? When do you think Sam Long is going to take it? I mean, what is his reasoning here?
It's a really tough question, Belinda, because probably the sooner the better would be my call, because it allows him to rest. It allows him to get his heart rate down a little bit and then attack. I think the later he takes it, probably the harder it makes it for him. If I was in Sam Long's corner, I'd be wanting to take it probably a little bit sooner rather than later.
Well, he's only got two options. It's either at the end of lap 2 or it's just before the finish. And if he takes it just before the finish, he gets zero benefit because it's not going to help him for the sprint. And, you know, logically, there is only lap 1 or lap 2 to take it. And that's the question, whether he is that much in control of his senses or whether he's, you know, becoming slightly deliric and slightly dehydrated that he doesn't even consider it. It can happen, you know, race conditions. You make very different decisions when you're sitting in an air-conditioned room looking at a screen versus being out there, racing hard for 3.5 hours. You know, it's not always easy to make the very best decision.
That's a great overhead shot of our leader, doing everything right here today. He's on to lap 2 of 3. You can see they've got a little bit of cloud cover over there, so it's a little nicer for the men. It's still incredibly hot and humid out on course.
A beautiful shot of Yuri Keulen running along the Marina Bay here, a beautiful part of in the heart of Singapore. I don't know, like, it's almost annoying how good Yuri Keulen looks. He just, a year ago, not many people in the triathlon world even knew who Yuri Keulen was, and here he is leading the hardest T100 race in the most brutal conditions and looking, yeah, amazing doing it.
Well, we heard the pre-race interview. Not to call it early, but I can't wait for the post-race interview.
He's going to
when
go
he
nuts.
Really blows things apart. Let's wait and see. But right now we've got Alistair on screen.
Oh, and look right behind there, Jan. You can see Sam
Oh
Long.
my
Sam
goodness.
Long is storming.
Sam Long just got to the shot. That is amazing. Remember, he's still got 30 seconds to serve, but the way he's moving, again, fitness plays such a huge factor here. And Sam Long would definitely be one of the fitter athletes out on course, as you know, the last people just come into view there.
And did you know, Jan, you could actually see on that last shot, as he's about to pass Alistair Brownlee, you could see just up the road Peter Heinrich and also Kyle Smith. So Sam Long well and truly on his way up onto the podium, but he will still need to serve that 30-second penalty. So is his mindset right now, I'm going to pluck off as many as I can by the end of lap 2, take that penalty at the end of lap 2, and then just go for broke on lap 3. But right now, about to overtake and pass Alistair Brownlee.
And Sam Long is going to make this pass on Alistair Brownlee to get into 5th place right now. Jan, you said that it would take something quite exceptional for him to get onto the podium. He is the fastest runner on course. Over the first 7 kilometres, he's taken over 30 seconds into even Yuri Keulen. So he is quite substantially the fastest runner out on course. Now, whether he can make his way up to Yuri Keulen or not with only about 10 kilometres to left, that's another question. But a podium for Sam Long definitely looks like it's on the cards here today.
Yeah, even with that 30-second penalty, it looks like that's well within the possibilities. And he's left Alistair in the dust right here.
Wow.
I mean, he is absolutely charging along. And once again, I am left eating my words. Happily so. It's,
I love it. I love it.
It gives us a race and it's on.
You know, I have to say, do you think there is a situation where Sam Long doesn't know he actually has a penalty to serve?
Yeah, I wonder.
Surely someone's got to tell him. Surely someone is allowed to tell him.
I would love to know, but it looks like...
Look, the thing is... he doesn't have anyone here supporting him, Jack. He's here on his own. He flew over Lauren and his little boy, they're back home in America. He is here on his own. He doesn't have any supporters on course to let him know.
But the officials, there would have to be an official out there.
You'd have to say,
there has to be a
think
signboard.
So.
But here's my question to you, Jan. Alistair Brownlee got his infringement in T2. Sam Long got his in T1. But then when Alistair Brownlee came to start lap 2, he got told by the official stop now, and he stopped suddenly. Sam Long hasn't stopped yet, so
I believe there is a digital board there with the names on them that have got the penalties to serve. It's a little bit of an unknown. Oh, Alistair Brownlee.
No, Alistair.
No.
Not again.
8K.
He breaks my heart every single time.
I agree. It's... I hate to see it. I hate to see it happen to anyone, but particularly to Ali Brownlee. Look, a little bit of a cramp. He's trying to stretch it out. Come on, Ali. Come on.
That is heartbreaking. I mean, we were joking about it, but oh my goodness, Sam Long is just chewing through the field. He's caught Carl Smith. So slowly but surely, and Alistair, as we see him gingerly walking off, that actually doesn't look good. That looks...
that looks bad.
I don't know, a cramp maybe, trying to walk it off, but
we know he's had a history of Achilles and calf issues, Jan, and it does look lower in there. Yep, that's the right calf, Achilles. It doesn't look like it's cramping up. You can usually tell if it is. It's not appearing like it to the naked eye. That could be something serious. We saw with Kat Matthews in Miami. We thought it was cramp. It turned out it was a calf tear. We hope we're not seeing that again.
And she tried to jog it off, which Alistair is not doing. He's got a lot of experience with these injuries. Oh, that's tough to see.
And in complete contrast to Alistair, Sam Long here, he's made his way up into 4th with that overtake of Kyle Smith, and just like he did with Alistair, he's left Kyle Smith in the dust. Sam Long, compared to Alistair Brownlee, could not be a bigger contrast in run performances here on the Marina Bay.
And we've had confirmation that there is indeed a board where the athletes' names and their penalties are numbered, so that's where Alistair would have seen it last minute. And Sam, surely, he has to see it. I mean, I know he's got his eyes on the prize and he just wants to move forward, but there are a lot of people out there. It is definitely news now that is making the rounds, and all we could do is hope that somebody tells them.
Let's put a call out. Anyone out on course right now listening to this coverage, please tell Sam Long that he has a 30-second penalty, and that penalty was definitely, we know 100% he does have that 30-second penalty, and it was because of all of his swim equipment was outside of his transition box. So the athletes were told in their pro briefing that they had to have all equipment in that box. So Sam Long, please serve your penalty.
Charging towards the front.
So we see Yuri Keulen here make his way up the climb at the end of the course. Sam Long has just made the pass on Peter Hemrich and does now sit in third place. Although we do have some drama unfolding there. He has a 30-second penalty to serve. He has not served it yet. He is the fastest runner around course, and our leader, Yuri Keulen, who we have eyes on, is the second fastest mover. The gap between them, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's a minute less than what it was into T2. Sam Long here. Peter Hemrich's the first person he hasn't just blown past when he's ran past them. He has sat on here. It's a narrow part of the course, but he is just still sitting on, Belinda.
Yeah, this is impressive racing from both. We know that Peter Hemrich, he had a great race here last year. He ran very, very well. Sam Long just biding his time. I think he's just waiting to pounce. Yep, and you can see now, just had a little bit of a breather while he sat on the back of Peter. And he's like, get out of my way, you're right to the moto, you're going too slow, buddy, get out of my way. And you can see he's cleared out now. And back to Ali, I mean, honestly, it's devastating to watch. And look, Jan, it's part and parcel of racing. I know you had a little period of time where you had a pretty nasty injury, and it's just part and parcel of being a pro athlete.
Well, unfortunately, this is the thing with coming of age. You know, injuries take longer to heal, and they are, you know, they're tough to deal with, as we see Alistair here coming slightly unstuck in the first race, finding his penalty here, which probably would have helped him. At this stage, everything was still fine. By the looks of it, he looked like he had no pain.
Did you see how the official in green pointed to the board? Alistair Brownlee was confused, was like, what was happening? And the official said, look at the board, look at the board. Sam Long's name will be on there as well. You could see that Alistair Brownlee hadn't seen his name. So it seems like that board might be a little bit hard to see, and Sam Long hasn't seen it either. This is quite sad to see, as Alistair Brownlee's day sort of went from bad to worse with a great bike, great swim, was in a good position, got that penalty, and now we see him here sitting quite casually on the edge of the Marina Bay, I guess waiting for someone to pick him up, or maybe he's just going to sit there and watch the end of the race and see who wins, Yuri Keulen or Sam Long. So pretty close seat to watch it, not a bad place.
Yeah, I disagree strongly with you there, Jack. I think he's in a world of hurt in his head, and you know, it's tough. You prepare yourself and you go through the expectations and you go through all the mind games that go into it, and then to have it ripped away from you by physical injury it's tough. It's tough, and it's something that hurts. It hurts me to watch, but I've been in that place. I've sat there. I've sat on a bench, not that one, but a bench just like it. Unfortunately, too many times, and that's part and parcel of unfortunately being older. Everybody says you don't recover as fast, but it's the injuries and the injury management that I found to be the toughest with, you know, trying to maintain a high professional level.
He's out, so he's now walking off the course. That's his
increased age.
Partner Ruth Astle there to help him. Yeah, and I agree with you. I think he's in a really bad way. You can see he's limping, so his calf is very sore. It's not just a cramp here. He's definitely done something, probably a little partial tear. Kyle Smith on screen now. He is really sucking in the big ones. Look at that. He is hurting. We saw earlier Mika Newt also starting to shake out the arms. The only two on course really looking good right now is this man on screen, Yuri Keulen. Frederick Funk running in the opposite direction, also looking good, but it's Yuri Keulen and Sam Long. I think Sam Long has now overtaken Mika Newt, or is very, very close. So those two men running really, really well, but I want to know when Sam Long is going to take this penalty. I am not going to be able to relax till he's taken this damn penalty.
And remember, the penalty is, of course, a 30-second deficit, but again, Sam is running on his very limit right here, and that 30-second is going to help him. If you look at the cadence, you look at Mika Newt, he's controlled, he's trying to do his very best, he's managing. Whereas Sam Long, he's attacking. The pictures we saw, he's pushing forward. There's, you know, a gait in his stride that just shows he's pushing, he's getting pace. The motorbike just moving out of the way there.
Yep, here he is.
Sam Long
this is what we want.
into screen.
Wow, and we knew it was only a matter of time. And look at the difference in cadence. I mean, I don't think Mika Newt's running badly. It's just that Sam Long is absolutely flying. Be interesting to see if he decides to sit on for a little while like he did with Peter Hemrich, or whether he decides to just go flying straight past.
I'll put money on there's no way he's sitting
just
there.
Going straight past.
But it's interesting because we saw this kind of new Sam Long as he presented it in Miami, you know, the kind of the light and the dark, the pink and the black, letting his full character be exposed, and that's something that you know, he's done something very publicly over the last few years. There's probably been a bit of scrutiny, and you know, he's definitely growing fast.
Talking to Sam Long during the week, Jan, and he said, I'm targeting Singapore. Everyone sort of, you know, gave me a hard time after Lionel Sanders beat me at Oceanside, but I almost trained through that because this is the race I really wanted to do well at. This was my A race. Oceanside wasn't as important to me. Still important, but not as important as this. And we're seeing what he's doing is he's in second place right now in this race. He's gone straight past Mikanut. It's now a battle between Sam Long and Yuri Keulen. The big point of drama here is Sam Long has a 30-second penalty to serve. He has two options with that now. He can either serve that here coming into lap 2, or he can serve it directly before the finish line. So this is a very, very important point of the race coming up in just over a kilometre. Does Sam Long serve that penalty?
Let's hope he does. Let's hope he does. Again, I mean, this is Peter Heimrich here coming in 4th place. So we still have quite a battle for the podium overall. I think Peter, obviously coming off his amazing 2nd place here last year, he'd be eyeing off the podium. Mikanut, he would be ecstatic, I think. If he got a podium here, that would be a big, big win. And Peter just coming in and, you know, doing what Peter does.
And look on screen right now, Long with the fastest of all sectors. Sector 1, Sector 2, Sector 3, and he is running faster than anyone. We knew he was, but just to get that confirmation, but looking really, really good. He's just a powerhouse, isn't he?
Well, you know, he came out years ago and he said he's got the fastest legs in triathlon, meaning, you know, that if you took out the swim, he would be winning each and every one of these. And then, again, you know, he was scrutinized publicly a lot because, you know, then Sam Laidlow came along and everybody was like, well, you're not even the best Sam. And he's just trucked along. He's done his thing. He's known for extreme training regimes. And he's out there. Like we said earlier, I think he's having fun. And one of the things a friend sometimes said to me, he's like, if you're having fun, success is often unavoidable.
You know, I remember when he first came to Noosa, it was many years ago now, and he was very young, and he hadn't turned pro yet, and he came and he trained, based himself in Noosa, and I remember jumping in the pool with him. I was still training and racing at the time, and he told me he wanted to become a pro athlete. Now, he couldn't even swim in the lane with me. Now, Jan, you've seen how I swim. It ain't pretty. And he wasn't even able to stay in my lane. So to see how he has evolved over these years, from being a very ordinary swimmer to being one of the greatest triathletes, long-distance triathletes in the world. Hats off, you know, I have to give credit where credit's due. It's pretty phenomenal.
He still didn't swim that well today, Belinda.
That's true.
Came out of the water second last, 4 minutes down. However,
that's true.
He's now only 2 minutes down on Yuri Keulen. He came off the bike 3 minutes and 30 seconds down on him. 90 seconds he's put into Yuri Keulen over the first 11 kilometres. That's a lot, but he still does have this 30-second penalty to serve. And in 800 metres, or about 1 kilometre from now, we're going to see whether Sam Long does serve that into the transition zone.
Not to be particular, but I'm pretty sure Sam came out last out of the water, which makes him once again the top mover in the field. 19 places out of 20 at the moment. He has made up, continuing to close the gap. But this man just looks the goods. I mean, talking of development and continuous development, you know, it's something that is very often said, athletes coming out of nowhere, but Yuri's been working away for years. He had a bit of a breakthrough year last year, but this is, of course, a whole nother level.
You know what I love about Yuri is he's got a whole team behind him. So for a young athlete, he's only 25 years of age. He's hired himself a swim coach throughout the winter to improve his swim. He knew he needed to improve his swim to be competitive over this distance. He works with a mental coach, still does to this day, to make sure. So he really is ticking every single box. He's making sure that every facet of his training, whether it be physical, mental, is ticked off. And he's reaping the rewards right now. This is an athlete that's made sure that he's crossed his T's and dotted his I's.
Yeah, indeed. As we get the pictures of Sam, and the suspense is rising. I mean, right now, he's just brought that gap to under 2 minutes. He is already almost 30 seconds ahead of Mikanut. and let's see if he takes that penalty right now.
We're getting a slow motion footage of Sam Long here. We think he's just been informed for the first time today that he does have a penalty into transition. 30 seconds, again, just to remind you, it was because his swim gear left his swim box. He's pointing to the transition zone right now. He's asking, where do I take my penalty? He's about to find out. He's just asked Magnus Ditlev here, Miami champion, and Casper, who is Magnus's close friend and training partner, where do I take this penalty? We're about to see him now. This penalty box is going to approach him just on his right, and we're going to see that, yes, his name is on the board. He sees it, he looks down, he touches it. 30 seconds he's just been told. The stopwatch is in front of his face. Now is a really important time for Sam Long. He needs to calm himself down. You're seeing that he's taking on some nutrition, shaking out his legs. And we've now got eyes on the transition box for Sam out of the swim. That swim skin that you see, it needs to be in the swim box. It's not. It's outside of the swim box. It is that swim skin which is the cause of his 30-second penalty.
And honestly, there he goes. And Jan, what would it feel like to see two runners, two athletes that he worked so hard to run down, have overtaken him again? What's the plan? Just go straight back out and retake them?
Well, there are two things happening here. So Peter Heimerick has actually moved into second place right here, which we hadn't seen before. But I don't think Sam's worried about these two guys. He had his eyes on the prize, and all he wanted to do is see Yuri Keulen's heels, which no one has done yet today. But he bolts right past Peter Heimerick again, and he's going to continue to make up time. For him, it was a 30-second rest that he didn't want to take. But I think, Belinda, in all seriousness, I think this man owes you lunch, because we could see the crowd pointing it out to him, and it's maybe because of your shout out.
I'm taking it. I'm going to tell him if he's able to podium today, which we know he is, if he's able to take that top spot today. But hats off to Sam Long. You could see the look of shock on his face once he was told, hey, buddy, you know you've got a 30-second penalty. He's like, what? And then you did see both Magnus and Casper tell him, this is where you need to go. But look at this, straight back out where he was before he served the penalty. Hats off to Sam.
We're now on to the final lap here at T100 Singapore. Yuri Keulen is our leader. Sam Long has just crossed paths with Yuri Keulen. He's finally taken that penalty. So now the gap between them is 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The big story, 6 kilometres to go. Sam Long in second place, 2 minutes and 30 seconds down on Yuri Keulen. Is that enough?
And look at Peter here. He's not giving up. I mean, he's definitely, as we like to say, he's like a chihuahua biting the cuffs. He's holding on. He's definitely trying to latch on and at least catch some of the pace. And we know that from Peter. He's a well-paced athlete. He, is creating a gap to Mika Nuut over there.
And he's actually looks like he's catching Sam again. We know that Peter was second here last year, so we know he loves the heat. We know that he can race well in the heat. And he's actually trying to attach himself back to Sam Long. I think the big thing for Sam is just to stay patient. You can see Mika Nuut starting to feel the effects of the heat and humidity of Singapore.
Oh, that was tricky, the litter zone. He just missed that. Let's hope that bottle rolled back, because...
Someone go and kick that bottle.
But what a difference, we've just been back. We've seen Sam Long take his penalty. We've seen Mika Nuut pouring water over his head, desperately trying to make himself cool. We've seen Heimerick trying to get back up onto the feet of Sam Long. But this man, he's just cruising along on his own without a worry in the world. And hats off to Yuri, because this is really, really, I keep saying it's incredible racing. But Jan, it's always wonderful when you get a breakthrough race.
The Singapore T100 course, just as it did last year, has caused absolute carnage. We saw Sam Laidlow DNF earlier in the day. Ben Canute is also DNF'd, and he's joined by Rachel right now.
Yeah, he is indeed. Ben, just a quick word on what went wrong out there. Was it conditions or was it something else?
Honestly, I got to go back and actually look at it, but it seems like it was the conditions to an extent, because I tried to take in nutrition, was hanging in there, and was just trying to level out all the surges that were happening kind of when I was sitting at the back of the pack. And on the last lap of the bike, after I had kind of a sour stomach, just ended up throwing up at the last lap of the bike, and got off and tried to run a little bit, but when you can't keep down nutrition or digest it, then you're just a shell of yourself. So definitely have to look at it. Threw up at the finish last year, so probably something with the heat and humidity.
Similar theme actually to what Sam Laidlow said. He said he kind of was having difficulty kind of swallowing, didn't feel himself, maybe similar to you. You feeling sick as well now, still?
I'm a bit better now. Had a little bit of a cool down, I guess, on that one lap I tried to run, but yeah, the stomach's not great, but that's what you have to do. These are really tough conditions. Miami was something similar too with how it felt, so yeah, I have to really look at that and try and figure it out.
Final answer, has Yuri got this?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm not even caught up on it, but looks like he's got a pretty solid lead going into the last lap. Like, what's the quick math on that? If it's 3.5 miles, he's got a big chunk of change he's got to take out of Yuri, and Yuri still looks really strong. So, yeah, Yuri's just had an incredible race.
I'm not quick at maths, so don't put me in the spot. Ben, wish you the best of luck. Hope you get better. Thanks for chatting to us.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Thank you.
So Jan, we're joined back again at the front of the race with Yuri Keulen. 2 minutes and 20 seconds he has to Sam Long. Peter Hemrich was trying to hold on to Sam Long, but it does appear like Peter Hemrich has been dropped by Sam Long yet again.
You know, interesting dynamics, obviously, like we kind of thought Sam would be taking the charge. Quite frankly, again, those 30 seconds, would they have made a difference in the end? I doubt it. You know, fortune favors the bold is the famous saying, and wow, has this man challenged his fortune and obviously prepared for it as he takes on every little thing just to make sure the heat doesn't get to him over the last few kilometers. But I found interesting, just also touching on that interview from Ben Canute, you feel good so quick afterwards, and it's almost the worst thing. You want to be miserable, but you actually feel okay as we see these two guys going through the depth of it. You know, Sam Long looks like he's starting to heat up, like he's charging, but yeah, the heat is getting to everyone now. It's the last lap, and so it should be.
Yuri Keulen, 87% of his max heart rate. Sam Long, 92% of his heart rate. The battle of first versus second. Yuri Keulen, just like he has all day, looking strong and in control. Sam Long pushing hard behind him, trying to catch.
Well, we spoke about it yesterday that, you know, your heart rate at the end of a long endurance race, these men have been racing for just over 3 hours, is not going to go close to your 100%. That's unrealistic, and we've seen Yuri earlier on, lap 2, he was running at 80%. That's gone up significantly, and there is Sam Long still sitting at 92, which is, I think he's just all in. That's about... that's 100%, because you got to remember these heart rates are taken over much shorter efforts, and he's going as hard as he can.
A story we talked about on the bike, Belinda, was Jason Weston. Was that 3-minute 30 gap going to be too much? We just saw him cross paths with Yuri Keulen there. He's now 11 minutes down on the lead of Yuri Keulen.
Yeah, he's just not having the run that we know he's capable of. It's such... Sometimes sport can be so incredibly cruel. I was thinking that he was in such a great position. You know, at first he was up there, he had a great swim, put himself right where he needed to be. He was in a great group on the bike. We knew that there was the high possibility that he would drop off the back of that group. That happened, but still well and truly within striking distance coming into transition. And now we get that update that he is 11 minutes down in 12th place. You know, he's going to be bitterly disappointed.
But I think we touched on it on the bike too. You know, you can never underestimate someone having the best bike of his life, and you pay the price of it down the line, unless your name's Yuri Keulen. You have the ride. I mean,
and then you defy everything.
You take your riding into a different dimension of cycling, right away from the likes of, you know, we've mentioned it, Alistair Brownlee, Carl Smith, Mika Nood, some of the strongest riders, and then you put down your very best foot on the run. I am absolutely blown away by what this man is putting together here.
And what do you think though, Jack? What do you think? What did the PTO do from here? Do they offer him another wild card? I mean, surely he is a done deal.
It's just a crazy story. He wasn't going to be on the T100 Tour. He was 4th at Miami, and now he's not just winning this race. This is extraterrestrial domination from Yuri Keulen. He's a rocket ship going at the speed of light today. Look, I don't want to call it early, but he's just about to win a T100 Tour race. We can't not see him on the start line. Even if it means everyone starts, we need 21 men on this start field. He cannot be left off a T100 Tour start line. He is just out of this world good.
No, he's done everything right. He deserves it. So, listen to the PTO. You're listening to us out there. Give him a start. He deserves to be in.
Making his mark already pre-race with the interview. I mean, both of these men never shy to give us a good interview and make a call. That's what we enjoy seeing. And how good of Sam Long to back it up as well. You know, racing last weekend, coming here all by himself. He said the body was slowly recovering, and obviously mentally he's right up there as well, ready to go to the wire.
Look, I honestly, I know Sam Long. He seems to recover very, very well. He loves to race. He races a lot more than most of the professional men do. But even I had my doubts, and it wasn't just because he raced hard in Oceanside. It was the travel that went with it. It was the time zone difference that went with it. And I really thought, have you bitten off a little more than you can chew here? But he is proving me 100% wrong.
Yeah, I mean, even Magnus Ditlev called him out, for his lackluster performance almost in Oceanside, which I was quite surprised. He's like, well, we saw he already lost some form in Oceanside. I was like, well, it looks like this man has had his planning just right. He was obviously trying to get some points on the board in Oceanside as well. But I think it's also just a testament to what we spoke about earlier. He loves it.
He does.
He
absolutely
was
loves
smiling.
it.
He was happy just before in the air-conditioned tent where we saw the athletes getting ready. Sam Long, he was just, he was a kid in a candy store.
And great to see Peter Hemrick still in third place. So still looking likely to finish on the podium. He was second here last year. I know he will be very, very happy with the podium after a DNF in Miami.
As we see, probably for the last, no, not probably, definitely for the last time, Yuri Keulen, I'm not sure you would volunteer to do a fourth lap, even though he looks like he could do it. Coming up, and here we see Jason West. As you mentioned earlier, we were hoping to see him light things up. He was actually waving to the crowds as he ran out of T2. But yeah, he's not closing any distance on these two men at the front here.
If I'd have said to you at the beginning of the race that Jason West would lose 6 to 7 minutes to Yuri Keulen on this run today, Belinda, what would you have told me?
I would have laughed at you for starters, and that's no disrespect to Yuri Keulen, but we know that Jason West is one of the fastest runners in this series. There's no if or buts about it, but I'm still shaking my head.
And talk to me about Peter Hemrick, second here last year, an off the front performance, and third here today. Is there something in the Singapore food, the Singapore water? What is it that makes Peter Hemrick literally a different person here in Singapore compared to, say, at a place like Miami?
Look, I've known Peter for a long, long time. He races at many of the events that I'm at, and he's one of those athletes, when he's on, he really is on, but when he's off, more than often it ends in a DNF, and we know that he didn't have a great day. He was having an off day in Miami. It resulted in a DNF. We are seeing the good Peter Hemrick, the Peter Hemrick that we all know and love. And yes, I think Singapore's been good to him. If he can manage another podium here 2 years in a row, fantastic race.
Especially since in the interview last year, he also said just how much it actually saved his career. The PTO races, the prize money that he was making was such a significant impact. And you cannot underestimate necessity. If you're coming from a place of hardship, you have to keep on pushing and you have to persist. And that's absolutely invaluable. And a quality Peter Hemrick is definitely showing here yet again. There are points for the series. There is good prize money on the line. And, that's what you need as a professional to make your longevity.
Now, you've nailed it, Jan. I know this time last year, it was make or break for Peter at this race. If he had have had a bad race here last year in Singapore, I dare say we would not be watching him right now. I think he would have hung up his boots. He was ready to retire because things just weren't going right. And sometimes, Jan, you need to hit rock bottom. And when it becomes a necessity to put food on the table, that you can actually pull something fantastic out, and that's what he did last year, and he's doing something very, very similar this year as well.
Wow, and this I did not expect to see either. The gap was down again to almost 2 minutes, and it looks like now Yuri Keulen is just putting on the turbo, making sure he's sealed the deal to run away. It's down to 2 minutes. The gap is back up to 2.5 minutes, and yeah, we're seeing some interesting changes in the leaderboard.
Isn't it great to see David McNamee? We know he is a class runner. He's made his way all the way up into 6th place.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh Amberger back in the top 10. Here we go.
T100 Singapore yet again has caused carnage. We saw Ben Canute, we saw Sam Laidlow, we've seen what it's done to Jason West. Alistair Brownlee, we don't know if he's injured, we don't know if it's cramp, we don't know what it is, but Rachel's joined with him. He's going to talk to us about what's happened today.
Exactly that, Jack. Yeah, thanks. Ali, we all want to know what the problem was. Was it cramp? Is it a calf tear? What was it out there?
I don't know, actually. I put my foot down, the one that got me the penalty, and as soon as I hit the ground off the bike, I pulled something in my ankle, and then I got running, and I thought, it kind of went away, and then when I started running again after I stopped, it was really sore, and yeah, I can hardly walk now. So yeah. And
the second question, penalty or not, it debatable possibly. What did you think? Honestly.
Well, rules are rules, aren't they? We can argue the merit of the rule because you're not gaining an advantage, but rules are rules, and looks like I was over the line, so I've got to add the penalty.
Was it on the line, do you think?
Was it on the line? I don't know, I haven't seen the slow motion feedback yet. Have you got a slow motion replay you can show me?
No, that's why I asked you. VAR, we're calling for that, we haven't got it. Ali, I hope it's not too much of a problem, and we hope to see you back soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mindset of a champion. That's exactly it. You accept the rules. You may have been close. It's a referee's call, and he was not questioning it. He's not saying, it's somebody else's fault. Yeah, that's why Alistair is Alistair Brownlee. He's just got that mindset. He knows when things go his way, he can step on the gas anytime.
Yeah, and then look at that. Look at that top 10 on screen right now. 4 of our top 10 are our wild cards, as we see Yuri Keulen on one side, Frederick Frank from Germany on the other side. We mentioned it earlier, great to see Josh Amberger. I'm sure he's feeling very, very good after seeing his wife win, and win it so well yesterday.
How many days has he known that he's on the start line for?
3, 4?
3 days?
3 days.
Something like that?
Wow.
In the top 10? I mean, super impressive. Obviously, also being from Brisbane, he would be able to deal with the heat really well.
Yes.
And he's making a great run because he struggled on the bike section. He obviously was super strong in the water. Let's see. It's not over yet, but top 10 from Josh Amberger, very impressed.
Yeah, great race from Josh, and it has been extremely hot and humid in Brisbane, Queensland, where Josh and Ash both live, so not surprising that both of these athletes have handled the heat and humidity that Singapore has given us all this week.
I just still, I believe what I'm seeing, and I know, I predicted him for my podium, but when I did that, I didn't think this. This is just crazy what Yuri Keulen's done, how in control he's looked. When he went to the front on the bike while everyone was looking around and being frustrating and not wanting to make a move, Yuri just said, guys, I'm off, I'm out of here. He attacked on the bike, he got a minute gap, and he's 2 minutes ahead. He's just kept extending it all day, even to someone like Sam Long, who is world class, came second at Miami, was targeting this race. Yuri Keulen running along the Marina Bay here has just blown my mind, to be honest. It's out of this world what I'm seeing, and I just can't be more impressed if I tried.
And you know what, Jack? I can't wait till we get to see the athletes after the race is one and done, and actually ask that front pack, what were you all thinking when Yuri just rode off? Was it a matter of they thought, it's Yuri Keulen, we'll just let him go, we'll reel him back in, or could they not actually go? Because I really want to know what the answer is here, because it seemed to me like exactly what you said. He just decided, you know what, this is too slow, I'm out of here. And nobody seemed to react to it.
We saw Alistair Brownlee eventually react. He got to 15 seconds, and then before we knew it, it was back out to a minute, and the boys in Mika Newt and Kyle Smith and Peter Hemrick, they'd caught back up to him. That's a select, strong front group of cyclists in Kyle Smith and Alistair Brownlee and Mick Canute. I'd look at those three as three of the best cyclists in middle distance triathlon. I don't think they could catch him. I think what he did today was truly special on the bike.
Absolutely, and it is definitely the highest caliber win he's ever had. I wonder what's going through his mind right now. I mean, he would be absolutely ecstatic. He kind of knows he's got it right now. It's, you know, almost time to start high-fiving people. And I think this is going to be a breakthrough moment in his career. He's won a few smaller races last year. Like we're saying, this is not coming out of nowhere. I think Miami was a bit of an outlier simply because there were some issues, which is always going to be, you know, a problem. When you're looking for limits, eventually you'll find them. But this right here is an incredible journey he's had, pushing the last few meters towards the blue carpet that will cement his first ever T100 series win, taking valuable points in the overall ranking, which, you know, he didn't even know he would be a part of. So, yeah, you've got my vote for the next wildcard.
No matter what happens from here, unless Sam Long also really blows up hard, he is going to take the lead in the overall T100 standings. However, he hasn't won a race to do that. He's not going to beat this man that we see on screen in Yuri Keulen. And we see Yuri Keulen hit the blue carpet for the final time. 4th place at Miami less than 4 weeks ago. An underdog to many. But in Yuri Keulen's eyes, he came here to win, and win he has. The most impressive performance in Yuri Keulen's young career. He crosses the line, he has won the T100 Singapore, the biggest win of his career. He collapses. I can't believe it. He told us all, though, this is no surprise to him.
I don't think he can believe it either, Jack. This is incredible, and what a performance. Honestly, I'm actually speechless, and anyone that knows me, that doesn't happen very often. Absolutely incredible. And you look at him, look at that face. He has given it absolutely everything that he had today. Unbelievable performance. I cannot wait to see him later on, and because I know he is going to be absolutely over the moon. But this man on screen now, Sam Long, he served that penalty. He worked his way back up into 2nd place. Honestly, Jack, regardless of the penalty today, he was never, ever catching Yuri Keulen. But fantastic race from Sam Long to finish in 2nd place. He will take 2nd place here today.
And yet again for Sam Long, the fastest combined bike and run combination, but it only gets him 2nd place. The swim that's haunted Sam Long his whole career, it's the decisive factor in him coming 2nd today. And let's not put a dampener on 2nd place. 2nd place at a T100 World Tour race is out of this world impressive. And you see Sam Long celebrating because he knows how massive 2nd place at a race like this is. He also knows that this 2nd place, it takes him to the top of the T100 leaderboard. He is now the T100 World Tour leader. 2nd place at Miami and 2nd place here 1 month later in Singapore. Sam Long, the most consistent bike runner in the sport.
Do you think he's happy? I think he's happy.
Slam dunk over the finish line. Sam Long, the fastest bike runner in the T100 World Tour. Once he gets that swim, watch out, world.
Truly incredible racing. You know, we knew that this men's race was going to be amazing. It has not disappointed us. Here we go. He was 2nd last year here in Singapore. He's going to be 3rd today. Peter Hemrich from Belgium, high-fiving the crowd as he hits the blue carpet, takes that last little look behind just to make sure he's got that 3rd place secured. But another very, very strong performance from Peter.
The Singapore specialist, Peter Hemrich, 2nd here last year, like Belinda Granger told you, 3rd today. This course is a special, special pace for Peter Hemrich. He's done it again. The course that resurrected his career in 2023. And look, it might have done it again here in 2024. An amazing performance from all 3 men on the podium. Yuri Keulen, an out-of-this-world victory. Sam Long, the most impressive bike run combination yet again. And Peter Hemrich, the setting horse specialist.
I can't believe how much Sam Long was talking just then. You wouldn't think he's just finished a race.
1:04.12, the official run time for Sam Long. 1:05.55 from Yuri Keulen. Sam Long got that gap down to 1 minute and 37 seconds. So even with that penalty, he was still going to be a minute behind, but he was catching him. And Peter Hemrich at 106.55, so a minute slower than Yuri Keulen over the run and over 2 minutes slower than Sam Long to finish 2 minutes and 28 seconds behind Yuri Keulen in the win.
Amazing racing from these three men. I tell you, things are still moving and are shaking behind them. We've got Mika Newt still in 4th place, but it's David McNamee who is flying through the field. He's now overtaken Kyle Smith, and you can see him on screen now. What a race from David McNamee. Incredible run. Kyle Smith now down into 6th place, but great run. He'll be very, very happy with the way this race has panned out in the latter stages of the run. Still looks fantastic, doesn't he?
A Welshman performing this well in the conditions of Singapore doesn't make any sense to me. I know he's spent a lot of time in Spain, but he's still a pasty Welshman at heart. He eats porridge for breakfast every morning like a true Welshman and loves the rain, but the 32 degrees and 70% humidity in Singapore seems to do it for him as well.
Wow, what a race.
Dave McNamee from Scotland. What an incredible run David McNamee has had. He has been really...
We think this is David McNamee coming to the finish line for 4th. We did see Mika Newt ahead of him with only a kilometre to go. We are not at all sure what has happened there. Has David McNamee passed him for 4th? Has Mika Newt already crossed the line? We think this is for 4th place. David McNamee high-fiving everyone he can see in sight. 4th place is just a crazy performance for David McNamee here in Singapore. Not many people would have predicted that. What a bike, what a run combination. Consistency has got him across the line in 4th here today in Singapore. A 105.51 run, that's faster than Yuri Keulen, faster than Peter Hemrich. Only Sam Long had a faster run than David McNamee today.
And here comes Kyle Smith. So not quite sure what's happened to Mika Newt. That was David McNamee. Correct you, he's actually Scottish. The old Dave McNamee, he's a Scottish. You never call a Scottish man a Welshman, or an Englishman for that matter.
Every Scottish man in the world. I apologise to me. I thought they were the same place.
Great race from Kyle Smith. He'll be very, very happy with that. He came in as a wild card. He desperately wanted one. He put it all on the line earlier this year, winning in emphatic style in Wanaka, saying, you know what, I am ready for a start. They gave him a start, and he has not disappointed. 5th place for Kyle Smith, and it looks like Mika Newt will be coming home in 6th, though. We're not quite sure, poor old Mika Newt. As we said, with this racing, it ain't over till it's over. You are not able to slow down even for a second, and you can see that both of these men have overtaken Mika Newt, and he will now come across the finish line in 6th place.
Mika Newt being in 4th place with only 1 kilometre to go in this run, and now to still not have even come into T2, across the finish line. Something's gone on there to the point where he must have stopped. He has to have stopped. I don't know whether it was a toilet break and his stomach has gone again like it did last year, or whether the run was just a kilometre too long for him. But yeah, Mika Newt really blown up in the last K.
I took it very easy, like as a start, like the bike. You just need like 1 extra or 2 extra aid stations.
Yeah, exactly. There's just not, I mean,
you start thinking like, I want now, and it's like, oh, it's so long.
Exactly.
It'd be fine if it was bottles you get.
Yeah, I know.
So the calculations were wrong, and we've been corrected. Yuri Keulen has actually taken the lead in the T100 World Tour. 57 points.
Look how close.
Sam Long, 1 point behind, 56 points. And Magnus Ditlev, our Miami champion, who unfortunately was not able to start today in 35 points. This is the beauty of a World Tour. 57 points for Yuri Keulen, 1 point behind for Sam Long. It's already close.
Wow. And look at this. This is Mika Newt finally obviously had a few issues in the last dying kilometres of this run here today. But he will make it home in 6th position.
Singapore is a tough place for Mika Newt because he gets so close and he puts himself in these positions that look great. And he comes off the bike in amazing positions, and last year the run got the better of him instantly. Here in Singapore today, it got the better of him with 1K to go. 4th place with 1 kilometre to go. Mika Nut ends up in sixth place, with Aaron Royal not far behind him in seventh, and Kasper Stepniak, one of the stories of the T100 World Tour right now, in eighth place. We're crossing to Rachel Stringer once more with some huge news from our winner, Yuri Keulen.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm just down here by the medical tent where Yuri is actually in the ice bath at the moment with the medical team. He's overheated, which is the line. He's had an oxygen mask on, his blood pressure taken, just doing all the appropriate checks. No further news at the moment, but he's out of the wheelchair and he's lying in the ice baths and being looked after by the medical team. I'll let you know when I know more. Thank you.
And we see the brutal conditions here in Singapore taking their toll. Our winner, Yuri Keulen, on a stretcher, oxygen mask on, now into an ice bath. He seems like he's okay, but the brutal conditions. We see Aaron Royal look like he was in a world of pain. He crossed the line in seventh. Everyone who's crossed the line today has looked defeated. Mika Nut, he looked in a world of hurt. The boys have got ice down their tops. They're cooling off. Funnily enough, Sam Long actually looked great. He slam dunked the finish line when he crossed, the only one who looks 10 out of 10.
Hey, I don't think he stopped talking since he crossed that finish line, to be honest.
I've never met a person in my entire life with more energy than Sam Long. Every time you talk to him, he's like, yeah, he's so excited. He's always up for chats. 30 minutes before the race start today, he was in the tent with us just chatting. He's just an excited guy, and you can see he's biting Peter Himmerik's ear off, telling him war stories already, while David McNamee and Peter Himmerik probably more wanting ice down their sleeve and to get some coke into their body.
You can see the crowds down there, everyone really happy to be here. It is quite an overcast day, Jack, as opposed to yesterday with the women where the sun kept coming out. Looks like for majority of this run, there hasn't been a lot of sun. It's been a lot of cloud cover. Now we know that makes it just that little bit easier, as we've got Frederick Funk flying into the finish line. Great to see Frederick Funk making his way. Looks like he will be in 9th place, so he'll be happy with top 10. Look at the look. Every single athlete, apart from Sam Long, has come across this line, and you can see that it has been so difficult. Wow, look at this. Oh, Joshy Amberger taking out the top 10. He will be over the moon. Great race.
And look who it is standing there giving him a high five, is Sam Long. Sam Long's just excited to be here. He's just happy to be here. There was clearly a late run battle for that 9th position between Josh Amberger and Frederick Funk, because we did see Frederick Funk sprinting for the finish line and Josh Amberger doing the same thing. And we see straight away Josh Amberger's on the ground. And this Singapore course taking its toll on everyone, well, apart from Sam Long, of course.
You can see there Frederick Funk with his fiancée, Jana. They're getting married later this year in November. I believe you are the MC for this wedding?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Love Frederick Funk. He's, yeah, I'm a big Frederick Funk fan. I'll be at his wedding. You'll be there too, Belinda.
That's right. As we've got Rudy von Berg also now making his way in just outside of that top 10, coming home in 11th place today.
Rudy von Berg for the USA.
We haven't seen much from Rudy von Berg today, but here we have a consistent performance. Going to cross the line in 11th place.
Rudy von Berg.
An 11th place for Rudy von Berg. Not the result he might have hoped for, but in these brutal conditions, not too bad. We've been talking about him ever since he crossed the finish line. The most energetic man or person probably in triathlon. 2nd place today, 2nd place in Miami, and standing currently 2nd place in the overall T100 World Tour standing, Sam Long. He's with Alex Payne.
He is indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Jack. Remarkable scenes down here. We've got bodies strewn everywhere. We've got lots of people smiling. We've got the chief cheerleader as well. He's only done 100 K's work this afternoon. What a race. Last fish out of the water, bike well, running like a gun, then you haven't tidied your bedroom so you get a 30-second fine. Just talk us through, and with a slam dunk to finish, talk us through how that race panned out for you today.
Yeah, I'd say I basically executed my strategy as I planned. I mean, I wouldn't say last fish. I would say first land animal out of the water, and everyone else is a fish. And I think I have something in my body. I can't go overboard, and you know, if I swim harder, I would have been overheated and my race would have been over, and then I just carried my business. And I'm here because I love this, the PTO tour, you know, the T100. It's a brilliant tour, and I'm just having the time of my life racing with my peers and my competitors and my rivals, and I could just soak up the energy, you know. And of course, Lucy Charles was second yesterday, and we're like bonded in the whole final lap. I'm like, oh, we're bonded. I'm doomed. I can't get it. I had to get the penalty to take off any hope of having it happen.
We see the light and we see the dark on your suit. It feels like there's been a big shift in your performance. We see you out here. We see you happy, genuinely loving it. I mean, is that the key to your success at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, yeah, right. It's light and dark, and I think I struggled when to turn those on and off in the past. Sometimes I'd turn on the dark side like all race week, and then I wouldn't have it like on race day. And you know, now I turn it on for the 3 hours and however many minutes I've raced, and then
not many over.
Yeah, and then after that it's like let's party, baby, you know.
Love to see it.
What, Sam, what I do want to do is to invite you to have a look at the screen, because we've got the story of your day. Just talk us through. I mean, big pump start, yo, 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 staggering out of the water. Not sure that's going to make the high road. I mean, how much ice were you packing in here as well?
Oh, God. Well, I looked like I was about to die out of the water. I think that's where I got my penalty, dumping that ice, right? I think it knocked my swim skin out there. I think.
Yeah, that could have been. I mean, your swim skin was right next to there. But you were flying on that run course.
Oh.
Can I just ask you about this as well? Did you know about, who told you about the time penalty?
Dylan McNeese told me, but I wasn't sure if I served it at the end of the race or there. So then I'm like, you know, I didn't want to do something wrong, so I was making sure I did the right thing. And I mean, it is what it is. You got to follow the rules, and you know, I deserved the penalty, and I actually just used it as a moment to get the crowd pumped up and carry on.
It was more a 30-second rest than a penalty for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it changes anything. It's maybe worth 10 seconds at the most, because your heart rate gets to come down a bit. It's not a true 30 seconds.
No, of course not. You were sprinting straight out of transition zone again, but your whole performance on land, obviously, you know, your claim fastest legs in triathlon, rock solid, and backing up after last week as well.
Yeah, last week, I mean, to be fair, last week was really just for fun, you know? Oh, God.
This is why you got the fine, because as we said, you didn't tidy your bedroom.
Actually, I don't even think I put it in. I think I just forgot, because I was daydreaming about the strategy of dumping that ice bin, and then I think I got so excited to do that, I just forgot.
T's and C's, they'll always get you, won't they?
We had a great slow motion shot of you pouring all that bucket of ice. I think we should try and make sure that the editor can get them to you, because it looked like you'd planned this.
Yeah, I'm sure Jack Kelly, he loves the slow-mo. I'm sure he's like, going crazy over that, huh?
How well do you think you're performing at the moment, relative to where you want to be? How close to what exactly you want to be doing are you achieving?
I mean, I'd love to swim a little better, but I just have to commit to the process. I mean, Jan is I think, coaching now, so maybe he could give me a few tips. But I'm biking and running, I guess, I mean, it's safe to say the best in the world, and I'm performing right where I want, and consistency is king, and I believe I take the lead of the tour now, so that's what matters, right?
I think Yuri is up by 1.
Oh, okay, well, congrats to him. Yeah, I wasn't sure how the points would work out. Every point matters.
There's a long way to go for sure. You are box office to watch. Well done today, a heck of a race. Well done, Sam. Thank you very much for joining us. Jack, we'll hand back to you.
We see Jason West cross the finish line here, known as one of the fastest runners in the tour. Singapore, the brutal conditions, they got the better of him today. This is what Singapore does to people. It's an opportunity to shine. We saw that yesterday with Ashley Gentle, and then we saw that again today with Yuri Keulen. For those who do shine, it's career defining. For those like Jason West, it can be the most brutal day of your life. And then there's many people in between. Sam Long, who we just talked to then, the fastest bike and run of the day. Belinda, it was an amazing performance. And then Peter Hemrich. The Singapore conditions and the town of Singapore just seems to suit him. He came second here last year and third again today. And then we saw David McNamee with one of the most impressive runs of his career in fourth. Kyle Smith with an all-round solid day in fifth. Mika Newt, he was in fourth most of the day and blew up to sixth. Singapore, once again, it has delivered beauty and brutality.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, we know with this quality racing, with this style of racing, particularly when you have these conditions, it's always going to bring out that surprise element, so to speak. We got that today with Yuri Keulen. Hats off to all of those wild cards. We've got, I think, 4 or 5 in the top 10. Amazing racing here in Singapore today.
Well, fantastic racing we've had, not just today, but yesterday as well here in Singapore. Tricky conditions, but hands up if you pick the winner today, Yuri Keulen. We're waiting to hear from him, and we'll have that up for you on the website before too long. But heroes all who started and those who've made it to the finish line as well. It has been another belting T100, and let's take you through some of the highs and lows of a pulsating day of triathlon. Well, stunning racing in a stunning city and big performances for 1, 2 and 3. We're going to hear from Yuri as soon as we possibly can. Sam Logg's still wearing an enormous smile. And Peter Hemerick has come to have a word with us as well. Well done to you. Give us a little breakdown of how hard that was at times today and how delighted you are with where you finished up in the end.
Yeah, I think last year I had maybe like a better day as today, but it's early in the season. Didn't went on training camps before, and yeah, I think I'm really happy that I can show this level. Miami was not my best race. I had mechanical on the bike, but today I think I showed again that I can race with the best guys in the sport.
Yeah, consistency obviously here too as well. You seem to love these conditions, rose tinted glasses for the day. I guess that's how you're feeling right now too.
Yes, but yeah, I'm really a little bit surprised because I come from Belgium. I didn't do any heat preparation. The only thing I did was like one time in the sauna the day before I left to this race. But yeah, the plan for me is to grow into the season. The season will be very long, and I think if you focus on the last races of the calendar with the grand final, that's will be the races that will count, I think, for the guys who will win this series. So really happy I can show already on this time of the year that I can race with the best guys in the sport.
I love that. One day in the sun as your preparation. But today, why Singapore? Why do you get so much enjoyment and perform so well here?
I think the course will also suits me, but yeah, I think I don't know, because normally it's not normally like a Belgian. Yeah, and I think we had like one of the worst winters ever with a lot of rain and not good weather. I think the 2 weeks before we had like 2 times like a day of 20 degrees, but I don't think it's a temperature to get used to this heat. But yeah, it's good for me because there are some other races going to be in the heat, and yeah, looking forward to that ones.
Rock solid performance. I mean, all throughout, I think you got to be happy with that early in the season. Like you said, building into it. Is there any further planning? Do we know what's next on your calendar? Have you thought about that yet?
Yeah, my plan is to do all 8 races, so all the 8 races from the tour. Yeah, I think you know me a little bit. I like to race, but I'm known like or very good or dropping out a race. But yeah, Miami was mechanical, so that doesn't count for me. But yeah, I think the season will be very long, and looking forward to the rest.
Well, if you go 50-50 and you get 4 podiums and going into the grand final, I think your chances are pretty good of doing really well there.
Yes, of course, but I don't have to say, if you also want to do one big race on an island in Kona, then yeah, your chances will be maybe a little bit different, but yeah, let's see.
Can I just ask you as well, because I remember last year you performed extremely well here. We had a conversation. You were quite emotional actually about what the PTO had done for you, how close you'd come to giving up. How has life changed over the last 12 months for you?
I have to be quiet because last year I said on television I was going to buy my wife a kitchen.
Right.
And now
this year she gets?
Yeah, no, it's 8 months later the kitchen is not yet there, so I have to.
It's ordered.
I have to be careful what I'm going to say today on television. So no, because the series brings a lot of of structure. I like you know, you can go to the races. You know, you've got your everything you need to get perfect conditions to go to the races, but of course it also gives you stress because at the end of the year you also want to be in the tour next year. So for me it's a little bit like searching the balance, to focus on my own, and that's the thing that I did today. Focus on my own race, not look to the other guys, and in the heat like this you can move up quite to the front, and first podium, hopefully another one soon.
But I mean, the PTO has definitely changed the game, of course, with being a series. I mean, you've been around. The first time you came on my radar was World Championships 2018, when you had a phenomenal bike ride, phenomenal overall performance. Is this ultimate test of speed and endurance something that you would say, of course, we know Kona's on your wish list, as many people's, but it seems to suit you really well?
I think yes, and what I've also heard is like the grand final will be very hilly, so that's also something good. But I know some other guys will come to the series soon. Another Belgian, Martin van Riel. I think he's one of the guys who can be very good in those races. Yeah, but at the end, it's your 4 best races who will count, and I think 3rd place is already nice points to start with. But yeah, like I said, it will be a very long season. Let's stay healthy and let's see what's going to happen.
We'll let you go and call Mrs. Hemerit before there are too many hot taps and cupboards bought. Well done today. That was a heck of a performance. Well done, Peter. We'll let you step out and go get a bit more rehydration and recovery pulled together. I'm going to have a word with you in just a moment or two, but quickly, let's remind you how the T100 calendar pans out. 2 down. And of course, we've done Miami. We've now got Singapore in the bank as well. We're off to San Francisco in 7 weeks' time. We've got London, of course. The European Open last year was in Ibiza. We're back there at the tail end of September. Vegas to come in mid-October. Then it's Dubai. And then, of course, all eyes on the grand final. $210,000 up for grabs for the series winners. And that will take place at the end of November. Jan is alongside. Take a breath. I mean, utterly exhausting just watching and commentating, regardless of how these heroes have performed. Sum that up for us now you've had a moment to reflect.
I mean, again, we saw an outcome, race outcome, well, more than yesterday even, that we totally did not expect. I don't think anybody saw Yuri Keulen riding off the front by himself, saying goodbye to all his naysayers, to all his doubters. He's been criticized heavily. And what a show he put on for us today. We had all the highs, we had all the lows, as we see one of the last finishes with Clement Mignon just coming in here. You know, an overall surprising podium. I think Sam Long really coming through with the goods. Consistency is one of the hardest things to achieve in professional sports, and he's shown exactly that. I think his joy is really something you can relish in. And Clement is showing us here that it's brutal. Let's not forget, I mean, this was, again, on the boundary of being legally able to be run on medical terms, water temperature, outside temperature. Singapore's got the goods.
What was interesting yesterday in one of the pre-race production meetings was you were like, as an athlete, and the athlete still burns very brightly in you, just let them race, let them race. Have you got a bit more sympathy now for, as you stand here at the finish line, and I know it's a slightly broader perspective than you might have as an athlete, have you got a bit more sympathy for those who are in charge of the T's and C's, or is as an athlete, will the athlete always burn in you, just let them race regardless?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not one for the rules. I don't think that those kind of things should hold us back. It is the toughest endurance sport, arguably, in the world, and that's just a part of it. I mean, we race in extreme conditions. Of course, you have to put some kind of limit on that and make sure that it is safe to run a race. But, you know, I think none of the athletes here would have been happy being crowned the T99 world champion. Everybody's happy when a race can run the full course. And of course, that's what we got 2 days in a row, close as it was. That's wonderful.
We will hopefully hear from Yuri, and obviously we wish him the very best as he recovers from that extraordinary performance today. Alistair Brownlee, though, I want to ask you about, because to err once is human, to err twice apparently is careless. I don't know where I heard that once or twice before, but he isn't going to change his racing style for anybody unless, at what point does it become something that he has to consider?
Yeah, I do feel like I have to jump in a little bit here for Alistair Brownlee. It really hurt me watching that today. I think he got injured again. And of course, when you get to the later stages in your career, dealing with injury, managing injury, preparing yourself to be fit and healthy becomes so much more work. And I don't think many of us have any more rehab hours than Alistair Brownlee has. You know, testament to whatever it may be, but I think he did injure himself today, and you don't want to see that on every. If somebody blows up, yes, it's funny the second time around. Okay, it's careless, but I do fear that foot and heel didn't look good, and I really feel for him today.
And the more it happens, the more it becomes a problem in the mind as much as the actual physical, or not?
Well, consistency is key in endurance sports, and for him to lose more time training, you know, he did have a late start to the season, hasn't been able to prepare quite as much. And, you know, for him to lose more time, the next race is 7 weeks away. Of course, we do have the option to sit out 1 or 2 races in terms of injury and sickness and those kinds of things. But it's something you wish on nobody. Everybody wants everybody to be here in top form, and you know, we come home 2 athletes short with Magnus Ditlev, and again, let's hope it's nothing serious. But yeah, I felt for Alistair today.
Give us a bit more of a tribute to Yuri, because there was a lot of talking of the talk this week, and 1 or 2 of the athletes in the field certainly raised an eyebrow or 2, but today he's not only walked the walk, he's swum it, he's biked it, and he's run it as well. How big a statement performance today was that from Yuri?
Today was massive, simply because he actually accelerated in what was considered his weakest discipline. He rode away from the world's best cyclists and put a minute of time into them in a very short space of time, and then held that, maintained that. But not only did he do that, then he maintained and extended his lead in the run, and finished here with, I think, only the 2nd fastest run split to Sam Long, who was obviously flying along the course as well. And that's a unique point. It's kind of the point where the outside world for the first time says, that's not arrogance, that's confidence.
I love that line.
And
I can see the transition between the two.
It's something that changes to the outside world, but in his mind, that's always all it's been. He's just got a firm self-belief, and that's what you need. You know, he's trying to get to the top of the world, and he's 25 years old.
Yeah.
You know, at that stage, to have that kind of self-belief is remarkable.
There's a lot more to come. Let's just confirm the race standings for you, and when Yuri gets the chance to bring himself out of the medical tent and to have a little look, not just at this, but also at the overall standings, he is going to be one very, very happy boy, because he comes home here in brutal conditions in Singapore to take the win in the 2024 Singapore T100. Credit to Sam Long, last out of the water, but so good on the bike and so good on the run as well. Factor in as well that he had a 30-second penalty for not putting his swimsuit into the box, and Peter Hemerick it is who rounds out the podium. Aaron Royal as well, credit to him on a good run, and Josh Amberg as well, finishing out the top 10. In terms of the overall standings then, we have a wild card in top spot, which just goes to tell you that this series is coming at you from absolutely everywhere. 2 second-place finishes for Sam Long, as per Lucy Charles-Barkley in the women, and Sam is currently sitting in 2nd, and Magnus Ditlev, who will hope to be fit and firing once again in San Francisco in 7 weeks' time, sits in 3rd. Aaron Royal, Matthias Peter, Jason, David McNeil had a great race today, Alistair Brownlee and Kyle Smith rounds out the top 10. Well, wonderful scenes as the sun begins to go down here in Singapore. 2 fabulous races. Belinda has come to have a word as well. Give us your breakdown of today. Now, you've had a sort of a chance to walk over and digest it a little bit. How do you sum that up?
Honestly, you cannot wipe the smile off my face. I've been in this sport now 35, 36 years, and you'd think by now I'd be like, meh. But this series has just... It's incredible, and the sort of racing we saw today with the places toing and froing, Sam getting that penalty, Sam not knowing about said penalty, and we're like, oh my gosh, is anyone down there going to tell him about this? It was exciting from the time the gun went off. The same can be said yesterday with the women's race. It's incredible. I'm going to be buzzing for at least the next 3-4 hours.
Is this because of the nature of the race we had today, the carnage and the chaos? Is this triathlon at its best? It's certainly sport at its best. Is it triathlon at its best? As a purist, do we revel and celebrate in the way that this race has come at you from everywhere?
Well, I think it's not only tribute to the conditions, it's also the fact that the T100 brings together the best athletes in the world in a density that we're not used to seeing. We're used to seeing this as one championship race in a year, you know, maybe a world championship brings together this kind of field. But of course, you have such a high level of athletes that have their strengths throughout the season so mixed up that just creates beautiful racing.
We want a series that builds and builds. For you, how big a step up today was Singapore from what we had in Miami?
Oh, a massive step up, and just to see these young guns. For me, what impressed me most today was to see these wild cards, and why I think the wild cards are so important. You know, we saw Kyle Smith coming home in 5th, Yuri Keulen with that win. Mick and Newt, even though he faded a little bit towards the end, these are these young they are the future of the sport, and they are giving it some. And I think in the next race, I think we're going to see even better again. Yuri proved today to the rest of the world, to these other up-and-coming athletes, anything is possible if you want it badly enough.
Would you go along with that, Jan, that we are seeing a level of competition now that is dragging everybody up? We've got new names emerging, we've got old warriors hanging on in there, etc. Are you seeing a more of a condensed pack potentially than we've had for a bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely, you know, the sport is evolving, performance is evolving, always is evolving. But you see the young guys, they're hungry. You know, Mika Nord came in here, he was angry. He was not happy with his performance, and you know he's going to be pushing hard in order to perform better next time. And that's what you need. You need a rivalry, you need that kind of sense of competition. And of course, everybody's trying to knock the old dog off the chair. That's how the game goes, and that's how it should be played and fair to them.
Yeah. Good stuff. Amazing race, amazing race. Let's hand you over now to the medal ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the medal ceremony of the 2024 T100 Singapore. Presenting medals, gifts and champagne today will be Miss Ong Ling Lee, Executive Director, Sports and Wellness, Singapore Tourism Board, and Mr. Roy Chow, Chief Industry Development, Technology and Innovation, Sport Singapore, and Sam Renouf, the Chief Executive Officer of the Professional Triathletes Organization. In third place is the winner of the bronze medal representing Belgium, Peter Himmick. In second place is the winner of the silver medal representing the United States of America, Sam Long. In first place is the winner of the gold medal in 2024 T100 Singapore representing the Netherlands, Yuri Keulen, and accepting graciously on behalf of the family, European is Ashley Kendall, yesterday's swimmer of the elite division. This is our athlete celebration. Congratulations to all the winners of the 2024 T100 Singapore!
Well, I'm in the medical centre actually, just keeping an eye on Yuri and his condition. It looks like he's going to get on a stretcher now and go to hospital. It's all precautionary. He is awake. He did just speak to me. I just said to him, you know, do you want to chat? And he's like, I can't right now, and rightly so. He's exhausted. He's got an IV drip in. Fingers crossed he's going to be okay. We've got Costa here, one of the coaches of Yuri. This is his moment in the spotlight. Obviously, it hasn't ended ideally here, but he was so excited, Costa, talking to me on a Thursday. He wanted to win this. He said he was going to win it. He's done just that. Looking at him now, he's getting lifted onto the stretcher. Mixed emotions for you, I'm sure. A lot of hard work gone into this, but to see it end like this is pretty tough to take.
Yes, this is tough work, but I'm very proud, and I want to say to everybody congratulations of the team for the victory of Yuri, and I am proud, very proud, and now he's by medical staff, and so we will see what can happen tomorrow, but he makes good. So this is also very important to say. He makes good. We have very, very exciting and glorious victory today in Singapore, so dreams come true. So what we talk about, I want to thankful for everybody, also from Yuri also. Thank you very much.
He leads the standings as well as a wild card. He also said to me he wants to win the entire thing. He believes he can win the entire thing. Obviously, as part of his team, you believe that too, right?
Yes, I always believe in my athletes, and yeah, how dream can be maybe too high for somebody else, but yeah, if you believe, dream come true.
He's a superstar. He was a superstar on Thursday. He's a superstar again here today. Costa, congratulations. Go and take the trip, as I'm sure you are going to hospital, and we really wish him a very speedy recovery. Amazing achievement to you and to Yuri. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very appreciated and sorry for this, but it can be happens if you have sport mentality and the sport mind to win, and you fight.
Costa, amazing words. Good luck to Yuri. Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's great to hear that Yuri is on his way to hospital, and hopefully he'll be back up and about and able to celebrate this win in proper style in the not too distant future. I'm not laughing, but I am sort of taking a step back from you extraordinary athletes and saying there aren't many sports where you have a winning interview with the coach of someone who's on a stretcher on his way to hospital, having won an extraordinary event like this. I do beg your pardon. We have now got Yuri. Well done. Rachel's been digging hard. Let's hear from the champion at last.
Yuri, quickly, everyone wants to hear from you. I know you...
I want to thank my family. I want to thank my coaches. I love my girlfriend.
Okay, that was a word from Yuri. We're going to go back to you guys.
Well done. And actually, that's a really nice note from Yuri, because you've had messages, haven't you, from family and
I've
friends?
had a few messages today while I was in the booth from Imogen Cotter, his girlfriend. Of course, absolutely ecstatic, over the moon that he won the race, but then very, very concerned when she saw him getting taken away in a wheelchair. So good for Imogen to hear that he will be okay, and taking him to hospital, it's just a precaution to make sure that everything's okay, is going to be good. It's the best thing for him. But Imogen, if you're still watching, he's going to be fine.
He's going to be fine. He's coming home with a winner's medal and a big old check as well. Do you now recognise what an extraordinary sport this is? I cannot think of a sport in which the self-inflicted pain is as extreme as it is in this one. And I've watched a lot of things from a lot of countries around the world. This is something that is fairly unique in what is asked of the athletes and the depths to which they are able to take themselves.
Yeah, I do find myself wondering whether it's normal to think that Yuri's going to be just fine.
Yeah.
He's come here, and it's part and parcel of hot races. It's what happens. Athletes get taken off. I mean, the dehydration is extreme, and that sometimes can't just be refilled with water bottles and Coke at the finish line. There are those kind of measures taken. I'm pretty sure he's going to be fine. I obviously have my fingers crossed, and I'm not a doctor diagnosing him or anything, but from how he looked, from how he was finishing, how he was composed and controlled the whole time, he's probably got some severe cramps and all these kinds of things. And I'm like, yeah, that's worth it.
That's what happens. Just a word as well, because not just about the performance out here today, but also in the media as well. Are we seeing a new character emerge from some of these athletes? A comfort in front of the camera, an excitement to tell their story, and with Sam Long, an opportunity to enjoy what he's doing in the day-to-day.
Look, absolutely. And what I love about this sport now, we're really, the PTO have really started to bring out these characters. I mean, they've been doing a superb job. Sam Long. We need more Sam Longs in the sport. I mean, I was watching him here on the finish line, and while half the field had finished and they were over there in the corner just trying to recover, Sam Long was over there high-fiving the crowd, signing, doing autograph signings to the young kids who now look up to this man. He's just brilliant. He really is. You cannot help but smile when Sam Long is around.
It's all good for bringing in more and more viewers, participants to the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what the next generation needs. You need role models. You need people to keep you in the sport. And of course, it is what we call type 2 fun, this kind of thing, where we go out.
If you say so.
It's not the kind that you normally you would have with your mates going out for a few drinks. No, it is a journey that you embark on. And the more role models, the more inspiration you have in moments of doubt, in moments of suffering, I can assure you there's not going to be more Sam Longs, because he is as unique as they come. But that's what makes it beautiful. You want these characters to shine, and triathlon is their medium to shine.
I'm very happy to stick to type 1 fun, which is a cold beer, hopefully not too long away. 2 down, 6 to come in this fabulous T100 series. Yes, so much to look forward to, but what a wonderful weekend we have had here in Singapore. Thank you to Belinda. Thank you to Jan. It is Yuri who sizzles here in Singapore. We're off to San Francisco in 7 weeks' time. We'll look forward to seeing you then. But from all the team at the T100, thank you for your company. We'll see you very soon. Have a very good week. Bye for now.